Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are here for the finals of Division 2 of the Zenith League. Joining me today is my co-caster, Jackson. And we're in for a banger series, I think, tonight, Jackson.
It's going to be really exciting. I don't know if I've ever been so hyped for grand finals. These teams are, I think, the behemoths of Div 2, and I'm really excited to see them duke it out.
Oh, definitely. I mean, both these teams have earned their place. You know, we've got the side of Good Cheaters who have had to come through to do the grinder after having a fantastic early season. Whereas on the other side, you've got Dynamo New Dawn, who not only came through the upper, but vanquished the teams that beat Good Cheaters. Now, Good Cheaters obviously have since had revenge on those teams. But at the last day of regular season, or tail in the regular season, Dynamo New Dawn did beat the Cheaters. So that went the distance. I have a feeling we're going to go the distance tonight. But I think before we do that, before we get into the action, we do have an interview with both the teams. So I believe we are going to start with the side of Good Cheaters, sorry, and bring in Thuske. Good evening, Thuske. Welcome to the stream. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Feeling good.
How are you guys? Are you guys also excited for the series?
Oh,
excited for a banger.
I still remember your 5-game banger versus No One's Legends. That was incredibly exciting. So let's hope we get a similar 5-game Silver Scrapes banger, eh?
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, of course, we're hoping for a quick 3-0, but we're gonna see. I know they're tough opponents, but I think we have a good angle to win tonight. So if we just do our best, we should be fine. But we need to be locked in for the series tonight. That's for sure.
Well, talking of that, let's start with introducing yourself and the team, and tell us who your key members are.
I mean, of course, on the top lane, we have Lekker Bezig. He used to be our support, but unfortunately, one of our main roster players, Bossum, couldn't make it tonight. So we put him on top lane, because that's originally his main role. Then in the jungle, we have me, Thuske. I'm just a jungle player, that's all. In the mid lane, we have Aramiria. He is a really good mid laner. You guys might have seen last series. He carried some good games for us, and he will do that tonight again for sure. Then we have our ADC Panda. He's just a solid ADC. I think he's a fake gold ADC. He should be at least emerald with his skills, but he doesn't play ranked, unfortunately. And then we have our support. He's a substitute for the team, Oscarson. He's also been helping us out with coaching, and I can tell you, this guy's going to be the underdog for tonight. That's for sure.
Well, that's it. I mean, I know you guys have played a lot together, and I know you took part in the mini LCS last season. What's kind of been one of the big improvements from then to now?
I mean, I think like our skill level and our team play together, like I think we are getting more connected with every series or skill we play, and I think for especially me and mid lane, we have been playing together for a while now, and I think we're so used to each other. I know what he's gonna do, and he knows what I'm gonna do, so we fit well together in team fights. Nice.
Have you got a favorite moment of the split so far?
Ooh, maybe the Viego pentakill, but we lost that series, so that's not a good one.
Hey, a pentakill's a pentakill.
Yes, you know, I think the best of 5 again, No One's Legend. I mean, a game 5 win is always good to take home.
Oh, most definitely. And is there, talking of that, is there any moment you wish personally you could take back and kind of have an echo out and try them again?
Yep, the 3rd game against Dynamo New Dawn. I just think we should have won that game. I picked Nasus jungle, might have trolled my team there, but I think we should have definitely won that series against them.
Hey, if Scoomon can do it, anyone can do it.
So true.
Oh. Now, obviously, let's go back to that matchup you had against Dynamo New Dawn. Obviously, you didn't go your way. What changes do you think you make today to fix that and to prevent that happening?
I mean, I think we're just going to play our comfort. I have a lot of champions that I can pick, and I should stick around those champions. I got some carry champions, but I also can play some facilitating champions. So I'm just going to see what teams need, and if I need to play a carry champion, I will just play a carry champion. If I need to play a tank, I will play a tank. I will just do whatever the team needs me to do, and I hope we can win as a team together. And I just want to shout out to Blossom again still, because he is the GOAT, and I think like Blossom, he's a player who has improved a lot during the split. He had some rough times on top lane as well, but I think like I would have loved to play with him tonight. That's for sure.
Who's your most improved? Yeah, well, obviously, and as a fellow jungler, that's exactly how I like to play. play for the team, you're there to support, and sometimes to be the star of the show. Who's been your most improved player this split?
That's a tough question, but I think like Panda, Lekker Bezig, aka Mike, and Blossom. Like I have not played that much with them, but I've seen them grow in like Blossom in top lane, Mike in support, and Panda. I used to see him on ADC, but I think he's also improved a lot during the split. So I want to do a big shout out to those three players, particular, because I think they have become really good to the split.
Any questions there, Jackson, before I ask the final one?
No questions. Only just, are you excited to take the series dub?
Yes, I am. I'm really excited.
And have you got any fighting talk before we get the Dynamo New Dawn representative up here? Any fighting talk to say to them before the series?
I mean, they say New Dawn, but we're gonna bring the night to them. So let's go. And I hope, I don't know if you guys know, but Ruben Armeria, he played Som LeBlanc. I don't know if any one of you watched those series.
I was watching. I think I was casting your last one.
I don't think.
I don't think he played it. So yeah.
We might see a LeBlanc from him as well tonight, because his LeBlanc is kind of crazy. But I don't want to spoil too much for you guys. I also don't want the enemy to ban it, of course. So there will be a freaky mid lane angle this evening. I can say you guys that.
Well, in a game 5, that's exactly what I want to say. Hopefully, for your sake, you don't get there, but for the entertainment's sake, we hope for an absolute banger cast. Thank you for joining us, Thursday, and have a fantastic series.
Yes,
We're going to cut to a short break. We're going to get a representative from Dynamo New Dawn here, and we'll be straight back with another interview. And we are back here for our second interview. Now, Jackson, that was a hell of an interview there from Thursday. And now I'm looking forward to seeing a bit of rebuttal now from the side of Dynamo New Dawn. So let's bring in the next interviewee. Master DJ, welcome.
Hello.
How are you feeling today?
Thank you.
Are you excited?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm very excited.
Good. So what we did with Thursday is we gave the opportunity to not only introduce yourself, but introduce your team. So everyone knows who's going to fight on the Rift tonight?
Sure, sure. Well, I'll start myself at the top lane. I just joined the team, but yeah, I'm very comfortable in the team right now. On the jungle, we have Matthew, or what's it called, UC Lucifer. It's also very new, but also very good right now. He's very comfortable, in my opinion. Then the mid lane, we have is Goranim. He's also a very solid player. He's very consistent, does his thing every time. In the AD carry, we have Rob, or Robinator. He's a very good, he does the drafts for us
Nice.
most of the times. He kind of sets the pace for us in the team. It's very nice to have such a player. And then in the support, we have Darker Basher. And yeah, he's very good at also shot calling and keeping the team as a whole. And he's also the team leader, kind of. So yeah, but it's a very comfortable team right now, and I'm being very excited right now.
Nice. I mean, I know you guys, you had quite an up and down regular season. You know, you guys weren't locked in till right at the end. Kind of ran that fine line. What's kind of one moment you maybe want to take back from that bit? Because since then, obviously you've won your 2 games in the upper part of the split to get here, which, you know, you beat some big teams to get here. So is there any bits you'd maybe take back prior to that?
Well, of course, at the beginning of the normal regular season, we were very good. We won every game pretty good. But we were also very new at the moment. I think I was 2 weeks into the team, so it's very new. And then eventually, like halfway through the split, it kind of turned around. We kept on losing, and we didn't play our game, and kind of fucked up our mental. But towards the end, then when we did lock it in, we kind of reset, and we said, all right, yeah, we need to focus more as a team. We had a kind of a talk together, and we talked about how we can be better, and that worked. And then in the playoffs, we did fantastically. Of course, the first game we had against Agartha was kind of iffy. we had to reverse sweep them, but of course, at that moment, I feel like at the 0-2, we all switched, and from that moment on, we just kept on going, and now we're here, and we're being very confident.
Yeah, that's actually really good points. You know, the fact you've kind of built on and come back from kind of a rough spot. I mean, as someone who's played in a league and kind of had those moments myself, you know, there's no better feeling when you finally reach that kind of pinnacle of the tournament. Who's been a key factor in bringing yourself to that point?
I hate to say it, but it gotta be our jungler. Yeah, I feel like he's very
always jungle death. As a jungler, it's always jungle death.
When I'm like a kill on top, it's his fault. Always.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
Always, yeah. But like, I do gotta give it to him. He's been a very key player in our team. He's been guiding us through like the game itself, but also just playing very good and having very good knowledge of where the other junglers or where the other team are playing, whatever. He has that vision.
Yeah,
so
a lot of good tracking. A lot of good tracking.
Yeah. So I feel like that helps us a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, you know, you guys have faced off against each other in the regular season where you guys were the victors. What kind of key factors that you think contributed to that?
I feel like at that moment too, we were also very. It was very at the beginning of our regular season, I thought. But at that moment, we were still very comfortable together. We were like playing our own game, playing each lanes very good, consistently, and that helped us get the victory overall. So I feel like that just gave us the key to win that series.
Very nice. And again, Jackson, any final comments? Any final questions?
How excited are you to sweep? Good cheetahs.
Oh, I'm very excited. I'm gonna dominate everything. I'm gonna dominate everything. I might be the kind of the wild card of the team, but this game I got it. I think I got it.
All right, best of luck, mate. Have fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Final question for me. Final question for me. I don't know if you heard the interview, but it says Dynamo no Dawn. We're gonna bring nighttime. What's your answer to that?
Nah, they can talk all they want to. We beat them before. We're gonna beat them again. It doesn't matter.
There you have it, folks. Thank you very much, Master, for joining us.
Yeah.
Good luck on the
Thank you.
Rift. We'll let you get back to the teams. And yeah, Jackson, we're in for a hell of a cast tonight.
Oh, it's going to be a turbo banger. I'm so excited. Both teams are clearly really, really passionate, and I want to see 5 games personally.
Oh, me
As
too.
an
Me too.
unbiased caster, I just want to see the best damn League of Legends this league has to offer.
Well, that's just it. You know, everything has built up to this moment. You know, all the work the teams have put in, all the drafts, all the scrims, even the ARAM Mayhem games where they use it, you know, teams use it to just let loose a bit of steam and work on that mental. This all come down to this moment. You've got a best of 5, to fight it out against 2 teams that went the distance in regular season. And with Fearless, it just makes it even more exciting.
Yeah, no one-trick ponies here. You have to be good at a variety of things, and if you're not going to be able to win Zenith.
Well, that's just it. I mean, across the Rift, you've got, you know, a variety of ranks. So it's not just like, oh, you've got one lane to focus on. There's going to be mismatches on both sides across the Rift. So I am really excited for this matchup. And yeah, honestly, I just can't wait to get into the draft because, as we say, both teams have already taken part in the series against each other. Sorry, 2 seconds. I've got a wee ringing sound. I don't even know what it is. Bear with me. But yeah, no, both sides have kind of fought against each other, and it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really, really exciting. I'm predicting... I mean, I've said before, I want 5 games, but I think... my prediction would be, like... I don't know. I don't think I know either team, like, well enough. I haven't cast Dynamo New Dawn, and from what I've seen of good cheetahs, they're also really solid. You would actually probably know better than I. So who do you think?
Honestly, I would love to say I've seen all of this. I've not seen a lot of Dynamo New Dawn, but when I did see the good cheetahs the other day, when I casted them, they were in fine form against a team that took them in the playoffs already. So without seeing anything or seeing the drafts, I think good cheetahs will do. But we are into draft, and we'll hopefully see some spicy picks.
Alrighty, we will see. I do remember when, as we both cast good cheetahs, before, when they played versus No One's Legends, I remember they had really, really nice drafts. I liked a lot of what they did. I still think Seraphine's like the most broken champ in the game, but we'll see.
I know we've not cast together, but one thing you will learn, I love a Seraphine. She's my main, she's my one trick. She is the most broken champion when used correctly. A lot of people don't.
We're best friends then. I think that champ is so strong. I love me a Seraphine Senna. I love me an Ashe Seraphine.
Seraphine one trick right here.
That's so cute. That's awesome, man.
But yeah, so we've got the Braum bans, the Kha'Zix bans, the Aurora, and the Rumble. All kind of standard bans so far from both sides.
Yeah, nothing too shocking. I think the Braum ban on 1 is a little interesting to me, since I think that, like, Braum's what I view normally as a counterpick champion. Like, if you're blinding Braum, that's kind of crazy, because then you can play something like Rakan into it, or an Enchanter, I think. So maybe they have a lot of prio. They really want to play a heavy engaged bot side. Otherwise, like, why would you ban Braum if you're going to pick an Enchanter?
I mean, the fact that we've got this far and there's not been a National Seraphine ban, as we all know, she has got such prio, or the combo, more importantly, has such prio. But we are going to see, obviously, New Dawn on the blue side. So let's see what they're going to pick here first as the timer rolls down. The Sejuani and the Inara ban were the final 2 bans on either side, as we're going to see a Pantheon.
Pantheon.
Okay.
Interesting.
Now, if I'm Gucci, I'm locking in that bot lane. Like, you've got, the enemy jungler or top laner, but we're going to see a Xin Zhao. I like Xin
Zhao. I think it's probably going to be Pantheon jungle, as that is the standard. We have seen it flex top lane. Did not like it when it was flex top lane. So I do like the Pantheon jungle pick. It has a lot of side lane presence. In the response, we're going to get Jin, Zhao, Ashe, just very standard champions. Ashe providing that non-committal, long-range engage with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Jin Zhao just being a very standard skirmishing AD jungler that pairs well with most mid laners.
Now, if you're on the side of Dynamo Nudon, do you take away that Seraphine? Because you know that if you don't, they're gonna pick Seraphine on 3. Like that.
I mean, I'd pick. Ooh.
Now, see, I love the Seraphine here.
Misfortune
I actually
Seraphine.
love the Misfortune Seraphine. Yes, Ashe Seraphine is a busted combo, but if we're talking about wombo combos, there's no more bigger wombo combo than the Bullet Time Encore.
Yeah, Misfortune Seraphine is just such a strong duo. The wombo is crazy, and it's going to be a Karma picked in response to the MF Seraphine. I think it's going to be a lot about whether or not Ashe Karma can get a lane lead, because I think the scaling of Misfortune Seraphine in team fights is just insane. Whereas Ashe Karma in lane is just like the least fun thing ever to play against.
Yes.
It's so oppressive. It's so scary. It's one of those duos that you really, really need to be ahead, because if your Ashe Karma's behind, they're probably just going to die on repeat, which makes me question even more why they banned Braum. Maybe they view Braum as a Seraphine answer. I don't view it as a Seraphine answer. I think Seraphine beats Braum, but maybe they have a different read on it than I do.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we have to obviously highlight is on one of the most recent patches, we did see Imperial Mandate get a massive, massive buff for champions like Seraphine. Obviously, she is probably one of the most busted users of it, because the way it works now is instead of giving you what it did previously, you actually get ability haste reduction on any CC and slowing abilities, like the Seraphine beat drop and all that, which is quite massive reduction, and on the ultimate as well. And I expect to see that as the rush. You know, we used to see Seraphine players going into the Helia, into the Circlet. I want to see the Imperial Mandate, but we are going to see a Cassante in the top lane for Gucci.
Yeah, Cassante is a very safe blind, especially if you want mid lane counter pick, and it's going to be answered by Shen. The double global is actually quite scary. We've seen this in the LPL, though I think it was Shen support then, and I highly doubt it's going to be Shen support now, where you Pantheon ult in somebody's head, you Shen ult on the Pantheon. I know, and you basically deliver a Shen straight to the backline. It can be really, really, really scary to deal with. As we'll see what they pick mid lane here. I like the Syndra. It's a very standard mid lane pick. You have a ton of pick potential with Syndra plus Pantheon.
Got the weak.
Strong, strong front to back.
Yeah, there's so much you can do there. And you've got a very much a pick comp with the safety of the Shen. Which, when you get to team fights, it's kind of scary, because when I look at Gucci, yes, you've got the Xin Zhao with the ultimate. Yes, Cassante can kidnap people, but everyone else is extremely squishy.
With Ahri R5 into Syndra, by the way. How do you feel about
this? I don't hate it, but I don't love it.
Yeah, I'm of a similar mind. Syndra, Syndra really outscales Ahri, and it can be quite hard for Ahri to play, because it doesn't matter how much mobility you have. When Syndra uses Unleashed Power plus Scattered the Weak, you're basically guaranteed to be stunned and chunked out. You can't dodge that. It's not really a skill shot. And I agree that you have a ton of threat onto the Syndra with the Xin Zhao plus Ahri. I get that you want that skirmishing, like maybe 2v2s. I just think it's going to be too hard to play Ahri into all of this CC, all this point-and-click lockdown. I think come mid to late game team fights, if this Ahri isn't ahead, she'll be pretty useless, and that's what good Cheetah's comp looks like to me. They have some pretty strong lanes. You know, Cassante's a lane bully post 6. He's really oppressive. You know, we've seen the disturbing things Cassante can do. Ashe Karma wins lane. Xin Zhao Ahri is this really strong 2v2 early game. But come, 20, 25 minutes, unless you get a really good Ahri charm, I think it's going to be really hard to play team fights out, especially into Seraphine.
Yeah, no, this Seraphine Misfortune and the Pantheon. You know, the poke out from it. Pantheon's a fantastic engage tool. Pantheon can out in with a Grand Starfall. Shen will come in with the Stand United. And next thing you know, you got a Misfortune Ashe Syndra unleashing the full power of a Bullet Time Encore. Like, it's going to be chaos. Who's your money on? If you had to make a bet and a prediction, who would you predict?
I like Dynamo Nudon's comp a lot better, I think. I really do think that Ari is really hard to execute into Syndra. I think it's one of Syndra's best matchups personally. And even still, like, let's say late game you're trying to, like, assassinate, you know, a Syndra or a Misfortune. You still have a ton of Pantheon damage, you have the Shen ulti, you have an Encore, and you don't really have a great even though their comp is solid, like Jinzhou Karma is really good and they have winning lanes, I just think in a league where people are imperfect, better scaling will always be the safer comp to bet on.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a big believer in scale. If you can get through that early game, even steal a dragon, get control over a dragon. If I don't see either of these sides really valuing grubs, right?
Yeah.
Because this Shen doesn't want to be on a side lane. This Cassante, while he might want to be, if he isn't, I don't know the front line for the team.
Yeah, that's true. I think, you know, the other thing to note, which is maybe somewhat amusing, is that I've heard junglers say that the Grubs buffs don't appeal to them because it doesn't give them more XP and gold. It just helps their laners. So it's not really attractive to junglers either, right? And if you don't have a laner who wants to use it, why would you take it?
As a jungler, that is our mindset. You know, we need XP, we need money because we're on a tight budget as it is. And laners don't need anything extra. They can fend for themselves. No, in all seriousness, had we had a Mundo, had we had someone like a Fiora who wants to be in that side lane, 1v1ing, just side laning, yeah, I could see it. But if these comps aren't 5v5ing, the team with a 5 are going to win hands down.
Yeah, I agree 100%. 100% I agree.
Now, here's a question. What summoner spells would you take if you're this Ashe? Would you take Barrier, or is it enough to take Cleanse? I know my answer.
I think you need Cleanse. I don't think Seraphine can rush Mikhail's this game, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow plus Ari Charm is such threatening CC. Like, it is, I think, almost imperative you take Cleanse.
Yeah, I will say I will be really disappointed if we see the Seraphine take Cleanse. Take Mikhail's first.
Yeah.
There's so many better items that she can buy. That when it comes round the current comp, you are wanting damage, okay? Because you have a team fight. You know, the Syndra's the burst. You've got the bullet time. And with that Encore and with that Imperial Mandate, it just brings so much to the plate, especially when you're trying to get through this Cassante. Whereas Cassante, you have to build armor. You've got the Pantheon, you've got a Misfortune, and the Shen's still going to hurt. We've seen how powerful Shens can be, even as a tank. So it'll be interesting, really, to see how they kind of build to deal with all this damage. Because they've got a very mixed comp.
I think the weird thing about Cassante is that he's like the fakest tank ever. Like, is he really a tank? Like, when he, drags you through a wall with the all-out into the enemy team and gains a bunch of AD and attack speed, it's just whacking you to death with his Intofos. I disagree. I think that's fake news. The way I see a lot of like Cassante comps work is that like they'll be very ahead and then they'll just randomly lose a team fight because they realize that Cassante's engage range is really small. Like it's actually really hard to start a fight on Cassante compared to Orin, where Orin just like blows the Orin horn, choo choo, train comes rolling in, and it's like the freest team fight whenever. But they really only have one form of consistent engage in that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and if you have Shen standing in front, I mean, I don't think it's gonna do much personally.
But that's just it. Obviously, you're not always going to get the Shen in a team fight. But if you can put the Shen or even the Pantheon, right? Yeah, Pantheon's probably not the best person to take it, but there's a lot worse on this team to take that Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
You can use the Pantheon to soak some damage, and like even still, like let's say the game goes to 3 items in a magical mystical world, and your Seraphine has a Mikhail's as a 3rd item, right? Not 1 or 2, but 3.
Yeah.
Now, how do you ever start a fight? Like, ever? Like a stray Ari charm? That's kind of it.
But it's not even that. Like, they don't even have the best disengage. So, if you're talking disengage, something like a Rakan, even a Xayah, who she can go up into that ultimate and get away. they want to engage. The Ari needs to engage. The Ashe needs to have uptime in these fights. Whereas, with the Misfortune being much more kind of, I'm going to blow your head off with a barrage of bullets, and then I'm going to walk to your nexus. That's the kind of difference. You know, Ashe needs that consistent uptime to put it out. And I just don't see who they're going to stand behind. If you had a Scion in that top lane over the K'Sante, completely different story. Hopefully it won't be long before we get into game, folks. I wonder if you could put in the chat who you guys are rooting for. I see there's a lot of Chi fans in the chat who probably don't quite agree with everything we're saying right now. I know this game at least, I really think Dynamo New Dawn will have the edge on draft. But as we all know, draft is 25% of the coin, really, in League of Legends. The other three-quarters, are execution and how the teams actually perform on the Rift. And that is where the difference gets made.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be exciting to see. I'm a little skeptical of, because the other thing is that, like, when you have an Ahri who really wants lockdown, and then you have a Karma who isn't the best at providing lockdown, it's just, there's some awkward stuff here. I still think it's going to be exciting. It's going to be close, but I do favor the most broken champ of the game, Seraphine, in my opinion. Yeah.
I mean, it's in our opinion at this point.
Yeah.
No,
in our incredibly unbiased opinion.
Of course. Of course. Now, I do see we are getting into game. So what kind of things do we think we see at the start here?
Well, I think the first kind of maybe interesting thing to note is that both carries of Dynamo New Dawn have first strike. So you got the first strike Syndra plus the first strike MF. So a little bit less laning power for both of them, but a lot more scaling, since it's that percentage damage amp. It's so scary to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, that is big. And it's going to be a money printer. I've seen some Misfortune builds recently where they literally just print money. Although that was much more of a mid lane one. So it'll be interesting to see if they can turn that into the bot lane. But yeah, we are just going to see a nice steady start. No invades, nothing crazy. It's game one. You don't want to put yourself behind before the game has even started. See some Karma poke going wide. Although it does a decent damage onto this Misfortune so far.
Yeah, I mean, again, the early lane is probably going to be very rough. Ashe Karma is a very, very scary duo on the side of Good Chi. And Thuska?
Yeah, Thuska, yeah.
Thuska. Thuska's pathing to the bot side. Meanwhile, Pantheon is actually going to path top side. Unless he plans on level 3 ganking here, which it looks like he's actually positioned to do to relieve some pressure. So, Xin Zhao's not in the area. Okay. I think Pantheon is maybe just having a sniff, but he might recall, since it looks like Karma dropped a ward down, and I don't think he's going to be able to gank here. I'd still take a look, as there's just some trading going on top side.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having a wee nosy, seeing what you can pick up. But no, I like the idea, but he is going to back, and there's going to be no engagement so far.
Yeah, it clears the lane a little bit, but he'll be okay. Xin Zhao is only a little bit ahead. But the bright side for the Pantheon is he gets a little bit of an earlier base in case there's a scuttle contest, but I don't think there will be, because again, he doesn't know this, but Xin Zhao is in fact pathing to the bot side. I don't love the Pantheon going top. I feel like Shen K'Sante isn't really a lane you need to play around. I would much rather you path bot side here, but it'll be alright. I think that there isn't a ton of dive threat. MF Seraphine aren't that low. They're holding their own.
I actually think this Seraphine Misfortune has had a decent start. You know, we're bang on even in CS with this Misfortune. And even the Shen, even though he's been pushed in, he's up in CS. So if you're a fan of Dynamo New Dawn, you're quite happy with all this first 3 minutes, but we are going to see a nice chunk of the Syndra from the Ahri, which again, Syndra just wants a steady lane right now. She doesn't want a massive fight before she starts getting these stacks in.
Yeah, so the really strong point for Syndra as a like Syndra Talia main, those are my like by far best champions.
Nice.
Is you want your 40 stack Q, which is generally level 7. Is there's a wraparound gank
Hold on,
here?
yet. We see the ultimate going, trying to go to Seraphim, but she gets a big drop into the idol. It won't be enough damage just yet because we are still quite early on, so she doesn't have any damage. But that's the power of kind of the Seraphim and the disengage with that beat drop. You know, Miss Fortune is low mana, she can't really do much. So the fact that you can't then engage probably saved their life.
Yeah, but now they're down basically no summoners except for a cleanse that isn't super useful until 6. It's going to be a really rough lane state. So I think that's a really, really good gank from the Xin Zhao. What I was saying earlier about Syndra is that she really wants, it's around level 7 where she gets her 40 passive stacks, and from there she gets 2 Qs, and then she's off to the races. There's a gank mid, but Ahri is definitively full HP, so I don't think there's really any threat there.
The fact that Pantheon managed to kind of dance around that turret aggro was quite impressive when he used the Aegis Assault. But we are going to see K'Sante get a nice bit of poke now onto this kind of slow push from Master DG. Now, we heard him in the interview earlier, a bit of fighting talk, kind of. He thinks his jungle will be the difference, but Lucifer holding his own right now, but nothing really has happened in this first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think a slow game generally favors D&D. Again, level 6 though. Some of Good Cheat's ultimates are really explosive. You know, the Crescent Guard, the Spirit Rush, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. These are really, really strong ultis that can kind of change entire games almost. Like, I think Ahri with Spirit Rush is one of the strongest champs in the entire game, and Ahri without Spirit Rush is a potato, basically.
Definitely, but definitely. You know, she's got a lot of movement when she has that, but when those 3 charges are not up, I mean, that's just prime real estate for the Seraphim and Misfortune. But we are going to see sort of TP coming back out from the Syndra, getting back to lane. You know, this Make It Rain is kind of impressive, but I don't know if you can see the mini-map, but we do have Xin Zhao now. She will be spotted by the pink ward in the Tribush, and even though Aramera is walking down, the side of DND know it's coming and can react to it.
Yep, good respect there. You know, your jungler's top side and their jungler's path bot, so you know he's going to be there. They respect it, they back off, which is good, because if they died there and then you get Dragon and you lose the wave, it would be really, really rough for the game.
Yes, the volley is going to go wide, but it is going to be full control of this Infernal Dragon over to Good Cheetahs. Pantheon's not even looking to contest. And I actually don't hate this, right?
Yes, stacking drags with your early lanes that have prio, I think, is one of the ways you can definitely win a game where you get outscaled, because it doesn't really matter if you are outscaled, if you have, you know, a really, really strong soul win condition, or even better yet, if you have like 3 dragons and you force them to fight the 4th, you can give the 4th and then go do something like Baron or get a tier 2 to catch back up in gold.
Definitely. I mean, with this comp, you've got Cloud Dragon going up next. It's nice to have, but we're still opening up the opportunity for that Hextech Soul, which I think, if you decide D&D, that's really what we want to be playing for. But we are going to see Tuske and Lucifer fight. We are going to see Lika Bejic come really late, but Aramera can't get there either, and it will be the Stand United that will help. Meanwhile, Dark Abasha taking a lot of damage, will be rooting, and the Pandalorian will kill the Seraphim, as now Robin here taking a lot of damage under the tower, has to be careful. We are just going to see them walk away.
Yeah, that's
and that is a 1-for-1
Crystal Arrow, right? It's really, really, really scary to play into. I mean, again, your scaling's good, but the other thing is that bullet time can also be canceled pretty easily by the Enchanted Crystal Arrows. That's also something else you have to be maybe scared of. You do not want to be caught on the end of an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, having your ulti canceled, and you're also in an awkward position.
Definitely, I'm going to see Xin Zhao kind of walk around, try to do some damage onto the Shen. He is going to go all out on Supple, kind of leading into this gank. Tuske can't quite get in range. He is going to miss the Wind Comes Lightning as DJ has to flash. But honestly, I don't know why you're walking back up, DJ, as he is going to go in, trying to fight like a basic. It's still all out. And yeah, no harm, no foul, only a flash burn. Meanwhile, this Xinjiao and Xante still have both their flashes. In fact, all members of Good Cheetahs have their flashes.
This is a timer where Good Cheetahs is really, really, really strong, right? Especially once their ultis come back up for that next Drake fight as
hold
Shen
that
is...
thought. Yeah, DJ's walking back up. He's trying to bait him under the tower. And it did work to take a shot. Now this wave is going to crash. DJ is going to be able to get it, so it's not too bad. But we did talk about how junglers might not have as much prio. We did see both supports and mid laners trying to walk, as we do see the enchanted arrow get cleansed by the misfortune. That is a decent length timer, and that enchanted arrow will be back up before the cleanses.
Yeah, it'll be up for that. That's a really nice ulti there, because notice the Drake timer. Drake's going to be up in 2 minutes. Guess what's going to be up in 2 minutes? Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Guess what's not going to be up in 2 minutes? The cleanse.
Yeah. All in all, though, DND have managed to get out to about a 700 gold lead right now. Not anything worth writing home about. Most of which is in this jungle with that kill. Even though the Xinjiao has been everywhere trying to create one. As DG and Xante are fighting, not much there.
Yeah, they're both tanky boys. They'll unless somebody else comes, I think they'll be fine. As Ari's hovering thought, but
oh, hold that thought. DJ take a lot of damage. Doesn't have the strategy to even try and get out, but Xante will miss the Q3.
Yeah, cute little sidestep, playing with his life.
Yeah, look who's spotted on Vision again in the river. This Xinjiao is trying his hardest, but at that point he's losing a lot of prio in the jungle. We're now looking at about a 10 camp lead here for the Pantheon, and that's starting to show him about a 500 gold lead. You know, he has this Under the Sky completed, and he is off Vision right now near this bot lane, looking for maybe some kind of engage here, as we see the Make It Rain just poking out this Karma.
Yeah, this is one of the issues with Good Cheese comp, is you see Xinjiao really wanted to look there, but without the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you have very, very little engage as Charm goes wide. But yeah, without Ashe ulti, how do you ever start a fight, right? Because that's the benefit of Karma Xinjiao, is that you get this really, really strong duo, but how do you actually get them into fights? How do you start fights? Because Ashe Seraphine are pretty fast. They're just gonna strut away, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things. We are seeing a gold lead coming out for the Ashe, about 450 gold here, and purely thanks to that kill. She has got her Hex Optics completed. Meanwhile, the Misfortune has gone for the Boots of Swiftness. Honestly, with the amount of people that are trying to jump on top of her, I don't mind. But we are going to see Shen do some decent damage onto Lekka Bezic here. Before it's down to just under over 25% health. And the Pantheon is looking to dive. Are we going to see the first gank with the Grand Starfall? Or is he going to jump right on his head? Shen will land the taunt. Pantheon goes on tower. Shen has got the aggro. Takes 2 aggro, 3 aggro. Shen will die. Bezic will get the kill. The arrow comes out. And what was looking such a good play from Dynamo New Dawn will result in them not only losing the prio and the kill in the top side, but Seraphine did try to go for that steal, but in the end, it goes to Good Cheetahs, who are now 2 drags in 1, and Lucifer should and will go down to the Ahri.
That is crazy. Diving a Cassante with All Out is the biggest no-no in League. Just like the #1 rule of League, don't chase Singed. The #2 rule of League, don't dive a Cassante with All Out. That is a crazy look, as there's a little bit of a chunk onto Ahri, but I'm kind of in disbelief. That is such a scary proposition. I thought they might like chunk him once, then go back in. No, they full commit, and that is a critical error, as now this Ahri and this Cassante are both very accelerated. And also, I'm not a big fan of using the Seraphine Encore for purposes of trying to steal a dragon when there is a smite.
I honestly, I appreciate the moxie. I appreciate the vision. Execution, maybe not. But we are obviously 12, coming up 13 minutes in. There's now about 800 gold lead in favour of Cheetahs. 400 in the top, 750 in the bot lane. Everything else is here or thereabouts. Most notably though, the Xinjiao has closed the gap on the Pantheon. We're now down to about 300 gold lead for the Pantheon. So both of them have Sundered Sky. Pantheon has completed the Jungle Quest, but we are seeing the Xinjiao not too far away. Meanwhile, we see Gardening charmed up by the Ahri. Xinjiao and Pantheon are in ascendance, so if one of them goes, You probably find the other one, Will.
Syndra has to be really careful here. She does have flash, but there's a ton of burst.
Here we go!
Scatter the weak used.
Big, but the wind becomes lightning before Panther can even think about coming in with the Grand Starfall. She just gets popped. But we're now going to see Lucifer go in while we see the Crescent God come out, but it's not going to be enough. And now Shen, Master DJ coming in. High note will go wide from Dark Basher. Chioskerson taking a lot of damage, but the bullet time doesn't quite do enough damage at this stage. And for good cheaters, you're quite happy with where you are now.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice play from Good Cheetahs, because what's really nice about that is even though it's a 1-for-1, you get 2 flashes. And while Shen Flash isn't super crucial, that Cinder Flash means she is going to be prime real estate for a regank. And your Ahri still also has Flash. So it's basically a 1-for-1 with a Flash advantage on the most, like, maybe a mobile champion in all of League, right? She is super squishy. If you ever, like, land an Enchanted Crystal Arrow or, you know, like an Ahri Charm or something like that, she is basically dead meat.
Yeah, I mean, Shen has to be careful. You know, we do have, you know, first items on the Cassante, while the Shen hasn't quite bought anything yet. We are getting a lot of plays there from Cinder, so you gotta go in for it all out, and you will with it, unleash power, absolutely slaughter the Ahri, but Xin Zhao is looking, trying to avenge the mid laner. Not close enough for the wind becomes lightning, as Gordon will just chuck a minion at him and say, get away. That was a good play from Syndra.
Yeah,
and a
that
nice
was
couple
really
stacks.
clean. Really clean. This is kind of the downside of Ahri into Syndra, I might have mentioned, where it doesn't matter how much mobility you have. That Syndra ulti is going to find you, and you will take a ton of damage. He probably didn't respect the scatter the weak threat, and then by the time the stun went through, it's too late. This is another reason why I think it's also a major mistake. There's an invade here.
Yeah, sorry to note. We saw both TP source mid lane as Pantheon is going to have to run away from his jungle now. You know, DND, they have to make advantage of this. You know, we are going to see Shen come to try and cover. Syndra is walking up. But you've now got a 2v1 in the bot lane for this Misfortune Servant. I want to see them put some pressure here on this Ashe.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a ton of dive threat. Ashe does have cleanse, so even if you encore her, charm her up, she's probably just going to right-click away after using the cleanse. What I was saying earlier is I think Marks is really, really strong into Syndra, especially as Ahri. I think it's really almost game-losing mistake, in my opinion, that Ahri doesn't have Mercs, right? Because that max range QE is so deadly.
God, look at that damage! God, it's played as we see! The bullet time encore come out. Obviously, as you correctly predicted, the flash cleanse does come out from this Ashe. But again, we're talking about timers. 20 seconds before Dragon. Yeah, the bullet time encore won't be up, but won't have flash or cleanse either.
Remember when I was talking earlier about how Mercs are necessary into Syndra as Ahri? And then Ahri just immediately dies. I'm talking about, right? It's
that is what we call in. That's what we call in the business of Cast a Curse and Foreshadowing. As we see Master DJ take a lot of damage from this Like a Bezek, who is up, he will kidnap him, but DJ is going to be able to get away. He will run for his life. He is down on XP though because he's been roaming to try and save his teammates. But it looks like for the first time as we go into the second Dragon, Dynamo New Dawn actually have some prior on the river this time. And they do spot out the Xin Zhao. Although they are outnumbered with this Ashe coming in before the Syndra does.
Yeah,
especially because you don't have Encore.
Respectful.
Yeah, this is what we're scared of. Without the Encore, without the bullet time, you don't quite have that zone control you had before. And Pandalorian and Aramir will just punish them for it.
Yeah, that was really bad. You don't have any ultis, like, and you're so ult reliant. Your Syndra's not there. Just give. Just give. You have to be very, very respectful. It was a really nice Spirit Rush, good charm, and, I mean, good cheetahs ran over that fight. If you don't have ultis on this Misfortune Seraphine, you're really weak. I personally would have just given that dragon. Yeah, it sucks to give third dragon, but your Syndra's not even there.
Yeah, I think if you gotta contest that, you either needed to kill that Ashe, or you needed your whole team there. Without Syndra having TP, you gotta play it slower. You can't let them walk into you like that. especially when Shen didn't have the stand generator. But we are going to see Shen take a lot of damage. We'll get dragged towards the tower, get Q3'd out the way. But yet the wave clear is just significantly better than the Kazante right now.
Yeah, Shen's doing really well in lane. As there is a Seraphine here, but
I don't know.
It's pretty tanky.
Yeah, I don't know what they're hoping to do. I mean, this Karma has walked up. She has gone Helia, which on a Karma love because she's a shield maiden herself. But we are going to see Darker Bush Attila, but double doesn't quite hit on the encore. Will hit the Karma. Meanwhile, we're going to see Panther coming on the Grand Starfall. We are going to see Oscarson just fall as the bullet time almost takes out the Kazante. The Crescent Guard will end. Has to burn the flash on the Xin Zhao. That's more what you want to see, as we are now going to turn into Aram area. Lucifer is here. Syndra is on the bot side of the map. She does have TP if she really wants to join. But she's just mopping up gold on these turrets. We haven't talked about it, but she took that tier 1 in mid lane. And she's now hammering down on this bot side tier 1.
Yeah, Syndra's going to be a problem.
There
she
goes.
has 2 full items. She's going to be an issue.
2 full turrets.
Remember earlier, I was talking about, hey, the best way if you maybe get outscaled is to stack Drakes to that Drake win con. Well, if you're worried about the burst of a Syndra,
Mountain Soul's a good
gonna
dragon
make it
to
a ton
have,
of
yeah.
that. Yeah.
There's a lot worse dragons to have. We do see the Helia come on Seraphine. I think it's a mistake, but it doesn't matter. Robin here will just absolutely eliminate this Karma. It's nice having shields, but you need to have uptime to use them.
Yeah, you can't get off a Karma shield if you're 0 HP. Not much is gonna happen.
Now, obviously, 2.5 minutes from Soul. Baron is up. We didn't see Rift Tower get taken. Neither side decided to take it.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember the earlier play when, you know, the 3rd dragon fight, that was mostly a result of Misfortune Seraphine being alone into Ashe and trying to overforce, right? But you don't get anything. You basically just get Ashe sums, and while that's nice, all of a sudden you're basically giving Dragon for that, right? So, and if you, like, I don't know, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth, because the current game state, even though you do have a nice gold lead, especially onto your Syndra, it is really scary facing Soul Point for the rest of the game. You have to fight every single
100%.
dragon.
So the current state of the lanes is it's dead even in top lane, dead even in jungle. But we've got a 1.5k gold lead on this Syndra, probably soon to be more. As Thursday takes a good chunk of damage, and about 600 on the mid lane. Now that's been evened up slightly in the mid lane, because Ari did just take that bot tier 1, and K'Sante should take this top tier 1, kind of extending that lead a bit. But the vision control over this 4th dragon, it's very blue on the map.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You're stronger on this timer. You finally scale. You got your carry some items. Now you really need to fight this dragon. So they're gonna spend a ton of resources getting first control, because, spoiler alert, face checking into Syndra, not fun. I'm pretty sure anybody is going to get one shot.
I think K'Sante might be okay.
Yeah, because
he'll take a shit ton of damage, but yeah, he's no MR. He'll still
10 MR.
Oh, it's a beautiful beat drop into the high and open 7, but the Enchanted Crystal will just charm up the Seraphine with the help of the Ari charm, and that stage needs to go back to the repair shop, and with 30 seconds from Dragon.
Ooh, Pantheon.
It's a lot of damage, but the Cedric is a massive scat of the week. But without this Seraphine or Misfortune, there's no follow-up. The Crescent Guard will come out and the Pantheon is just popped, sent back to Valhalla with the gods.
Yeah, Darker Basher was really out of position there. Like, I don't think, as let's use topside.
Yeah, we see the all out against the Shen. I mean, Shen is low health. He's probably going to die here. Has to use the dash away. And he will get out just. Although Xanthi did try and go unstoppable to it, but we are on this dragon for Soul Point now. There is no jungler for another 15 seconds. So if you're the side of DND, you need a miracle play. Now you do have your encore, your bullet time, and your unleashed power. But all you're encoring up is the dragon, and it will just get taken by the Xin Zhao Spy. Again, A+ for effort. Not really the right execution, unfortunately, for the side of Dynamo New Dawn.
I mean, you just got caught. Your Seraphine got caught. Your Pantheon got caught trying to save her, and it's an absolute disaster. I bet if your Pantheon doesn't... Scab of the Week goes wide, and now...
Doesn't quite get Panda, who lives on a blinking health bar. Even with the unleashed power. I mean, this Syndra, that's a lot of power gone from these Dark Seal stacks. Right? As the taunt coming in, as the tower shot comes in, I just don't think you win as yet, DG, but we are going to see the Starfall. Maybe now you win against Lekka Bezic, even with all the armor, the flash of the Pantheon, trying to get anything here. Everyone's flashing, trying to get anything. And we are finally going to see a shutdown onto Lekka Bezic, dying for the first time this game. But now, you have no tools, and the Avengers have arrived. The stun will land onto the Xin Zhao, who will get turned up by the Shen, sorry, but it's not going to be enough. When becomes lightning, and everything used onto the Shen. So much time wasted. Lucid will at least get the tower. But even with the shield bash, he should be next to go down again for the 4th time.
It'll take a while. But he finally goes down, and now...
Gold's even.
I can't help but think, maybe, just maybe, as Ashe is just dead.
No, she survives.
No, I thought Syndra had unleashed power, but I guess it's just not on cooldown, and Syndra has to flash away because she realizes, oh shit, that Ashe hurts.
I think she's got seconds on it. I mean, we are just going to see the side of Gucci just start this Dragon Seraphin on her own again. Syndra is there with the Scout of the Week, doesn't quite get anything. The unleashed power is back up there. The arrow come up. Oh, the Misfortune cleanses right away! But there's nobody there! There's no front line! Because the Pantheon's down. The Encore doesn't quite even get a chance. But we are going to see the Ashe get shut down. She won't have this back. First get the damage. He will die as well! The Baron debuff doing so much work for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. And now Aramir will get Scout of the Week. Shen is here! And it's the shutdown for Ruminator! As David's never died. Dynamo New Dawn doesn't get a chance to rest. I mean, they are winning this fight. It's like a Bezic and Oscarson are the only two up. This fight is going on for eternity. Misfortune is still there. Misfortune is on a rampage now. It's only Lekka Bezic is there to say you might have the Mountain Soul. You might have had control of the lanes, but you now have a 4K gold lead for Dynamo New Dawn.
I don't think you could describe a more perfect way to throw a game. Starting Baron with a 0 HP attack damage carry who immediately gets popped by Syndra has to be the decision of all time. Why? On God's green earth would you start Baron there? You were doing so well. You had Soul, you caught up in gold, you're feeling amazing, and you throw, and the thing is, Soul's worth about 4K. Guess what the gold lead is? 4K. It is a perfectly even game.
And it's not in. Also, I've got a piece of software that lets me see these kind of gold leads. You've got 1.2k in the top lane for the Shen now, 2.4k in the mid lane, 2k to the Misfortune. The only gold leads currently are 81 for the Xin Zhao and 1.1k on this heal bot Karma. You have no damage leads across the map, whereas on the side of Dynamo New Dawn, it's on exactly who you want. There's 4-1 Misfortune, there's 4-2 Syndra, and the Shen who can save their lives. This is a great game state now for Dynamo New Dawn, whereas 5 minutes ago, we were talking about how the cheetahs with the Dragon Soul and just a dominance in these fights, it's all flipped on its head.
Yeah, Baron throws do that. Baron throws do tend to do that.
But the Rift is going to calm down. It's calming down. We've got a chance to think. I mean, Shen is doing some...
Not going to be calm for long, because Baron's up in a minute.
Baron's
Elder's up in a minute. Baron is still up. I think the Elder fight's going to decide the game.
Oh, 100%. If the side of Dynamo New Dawn can land this combo, the Encore bullet time into Unleashed Power, there's only one way it's going. But you need to bait out the Ashe's Flash within... well, as soon as you can. Whether it be with the beat drop or whether it be with the the Pantheon jumping in, you need something. I mean, this Karma is just chalked out and it will just get popped a minute before the Elder Dragon. You got about 40 seconds now on that respawn. You're going to have to give it a lot of prio now. And in fact, Dynamo and Dawn are loitering around this Baron. I don't think you can start it just yet, though.
Yeah, this is not the not the cleanest situation. As Elder's up, Karma will be up. Excuse me, everyone will have ultis. It's gonna be really, really tense.
Our predictions now before this comes up. Who wins this fight?
It's impossible to say. I mean, the setup really favors Dynamo New Dawn right now. Is again, like I said earlier, face checking into Syndra is horrifying. Your Shenna's ulti on standby. Casante's TPing in.
Oh, the Syndra will get jumped on. Has to use the Crescent. Oh, Cole will get through them all! And the bullet time rights to breathe! The Snyder Katrina's don't have a circle for this all-important Elder fight. And now like I bet you can jump it onto DJ. But the scanner hits them all! That was not scanner of the week. That was just scanner! We are going to see the misfortune go down on the back end, but like a basic, he doesn't have much health to play with. And not only are you now a 3-for-1, you now have the beautiful bounty. That is the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, that was perhaps suboptimal. One might posit. You can't face check like that, man. You gotta wait for your Cassante to face check and then run with him, because when you run on your own, you're gonna die. Like, Syndra misses the first scatter of the week, but it just doesn't even matter because she is so much damage. By the time the second scatter of the week comes up, she kind of wipes the team fight. Really nice Seraphine encore. The bullet time annihilates Xin Zhao. That's going to be Elder, and Elder leads to Baron.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Gutierrez can do for the next 5 minutes. Like, you're going to have pushing lanes, you're going to have a Baron over. It's just really messy.
See, that's the thing. I don't know if you can do much. As, Elder Dragon makes it unfightable. I guess you maybe sacrifice your jungler in an attempt to steal.
I mean, you have to, right?
Okay.
He does have a pick one in there. He's going to go in, but no! We obviously Panic managed to smite away. Thuski did a lot of damage. Then Elder Dragon is burning Thuski down about half health. And it's going to be DJ that's probably going to secure the skill, but we are going to see him jump back into his team. Now, you've burnt a lot of time there on this Elder, about a good minute of it. But now you are facing the two parts of the Exodia. You've got the Baron, you've got the Elder. For this next minute, you need to get as much as you can on this map.
I mean, you're just so unbelievably strong. I would push 2 side lanes. I think I'd group Shen. I don't think you need him alone on his own, even if he can join with Stand United. I really just want him healing right now. Pantheon's gonna be pushing bot lane. I'd keep 1 mid, push 4 bot, but just, you gotta get these lanes in, man. You gotta get turrets, you gotta advance the game. You're up 7k-ish, but you don't got soul. So if this game drags on and everyone gets full build, I will always favor the team with soul, because that is a permanent debuff, basically, to the enemy team's damage with the Mount Soul.
Yeah. I mean, we are going to see this Shen walk on the tower, just using this Baron buff to its fullest. We've only got about 15 seconds on Elder, so nobody's really been punished from good cheaters. They played it as well as they could, right? Yeah, you lose the Baron. At least you don't give any free kills over with this soul, this Elder Dragon soul. But with that come out, it was at 3.7k gold lead. We are now at a 10k gold lead for Dynamo New Dawn. They are in well control of this game. Towers are falling, but with this 1-3-1 format, you do leave yourself open for kind of an overextension or a misplay, as the tier 2 will fall in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is not good as Ari is chasing Shen.
Misses the charm, but did a lot of damage anyway, and will pick up the shutdown now. Ari's now only got one charge of the Spirit Rush left, and will just get a ball to the face. Yeah, that is the end of the Foxy Ladies time on the roof in at least another 45 seconds. As we are going to see this death ball move topside.
I don't think that happens if Shen's groups. Not to be a hindsight is 2020 person, as there's a scrap topside and bot side at the same time.
Yeah, we are going to see Lucifer kind of take a lot of damage as he's fighting Xanthi. Now, he doesn't have any mana, which Xanthi can just fight for all the marbles. Lucifer will have to flash in jungle, but Lucifer should just fall here. As like a basic is all out, and it's another shutdown onto this Xanthi.
Yeah, the scrap topside didn't really result in much. Both sides just kind of backed off. Baron is about to expire, and freeze frame, 10k gold lead. One side has Soul, the other side has Syndra, who is full build. And I think a better scaling team fighting call.
I mean, we have got the Magi's bot. Your only hope is somehow pin down the Syndra and take all those stacks away. She has a 655 gold shutdown as well, so that 1,000 gold will come in nice and handy. I just don't know how you do that though.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easier said than done, by far.
Now we are about just under 80 seconds away from this Elder Dragon spawning. Baron won't quite be up when it spawns, so there's none of this, I will take one, you take the other kind of trade-offs. We should see both sides just full send it on both, which will be quite interesting.
That's super, super tense. I said the game would come down to an Elder, and I think it...
You might be right, it's just not that Elder.
I didn't mean the second Elder, but here we are. Another Elder fight, 35 minutes in.
This is going to be second Elder here.
Syndra's just constantly fishing for picks with the Scatter of the Week. It's so scary to face check. You don't have that much control.
Now we actually Shen get caught out here. He is now a level ahead of like a basic. As red side, they just want control of this mid lane. They want the middle wave pushed. As the Axe Spear will land onto Pandalorian. Doesn't quite do much thanks to this Mountain Soul. That is doing wonders for the side of Good Cheetahs. The charm will go wide. That's a big tool wasted for at least a couple of seconds on this Arameria. But by this point, your cooldowns aren't that much. But we are going to see a stun coming out onto the Karma. Doesn't quite get too much more. As they're now going to turn their attentions to this Elder Dragon.
Oh, I mean, they have a nice little ward in that bush, so they can see D&D's comp, but it's just so hard. Like, you have to go through mid, but you don't got vision.
The Scatter will get a lot of them. Doesn't quite get enough damage. Look at it on the Encore will come out, and there it goes. The main drop set that by Encore, and well, it's going to be the first shot, and now Lucifer's going to get a lot of damage, and Lucifer will fall before the Elder's taken. The Bullet Tide doesn't get anything. The charm doesn't really connect either, but like I mentioned, it's all out of the back, and the misfortune is down. So is the Ash, the Dark Spheres, and the Force of Will take that as Arameria is burning as well now. We're going to see the Shen go in, trying to just peel for the Syndra Seraphim combo. His Alkoska stint is low on the back end. The Karma in the area running for their lives from the Shen is like a basic. Nobody can kill him, no matter how much damage land or they hit. He just can't die without this ADC. Oscars and Arameria are both low. The root does land from the change of this Karma. They are fighting. The Seraphim will finally fall as like a basic attack at tower. Shen will manage to get back to tower. But the fight as a whole is a win for the side of Good Cheetahs. But by this point, we've got people coming back up very shortly. As Xanthi will finally get stuck, doesn't quite die. Shen going in there will get the final blow. And now we're back to a 2v2 here.
Shinji's running down. Ari has ulti again. The fight is so long. And so does Syndra. The unleashed power annihilates her. Oh my
11.3k damage in
This
that one fight alone.
Shouldn't have been
from the
close,
Cinder.
but it was. It was so split in split fight's favor. The Ari and Cassante, they annihilate the Misfortune. You have no consistent damage, and
Here we
Cassante
go
just lives
again.
forever.
Doesn't quite do that much, but Robbie here, who has come back up from the dead, will get the kill onto the Karma. And with the Ari being down, the Cassante being down, all 5 members of Dynamo New Dawn are up. And they are just going to charge right towards this Elder. Pigs are already coming back out for the Baron. And Dynamo New Dawn, with an 11.5k gold lead, are looking to put the plans in place to close this out.
Yeah, they put the plans in last time, and we know how that went. This time they're going to have a much longer duration with Elder and Baron, though. So hopefully they can accomplish more. There's less turrets to take. I think you just run mid and bot and you end the game. I have to imagine after this, like, it doesn't get more crystal clear.
25 stats on the Magi for Goranim's Syndra. They have been the standout this match, at least when we've got to the late game. They've just been everywhere. They've got the picks that they've needed. It's not as if Aramir's played badly, but Goranim has just had their number the whole goddamn series in these fights. And we are just going to see a 4-man wonder with the Baron and Elder up this mid lane. And when you've got a Misfortune surfing as well, your wave clear is disgusting. Never mind with the Syndra Pantheon.
I mean, this is kind of what we feared from Pomp, right? Not super clean. You make a Baron throw, you make mistakes, and all of a sudden the scaling of Syndra is just too much to deal with. You don't really have anyone who's amazing at dealing with her, and Syndra can just kind of look for picks unimpeded, and now they're going to go bot side.
I don't know if you need to do this,
I think
but this is very much... This is much... It's game 1. Play. We're going to rip open your base. We're going to completely pin you back. Play the mind games. Because, as we all know, it's one thing to lose to mid lane. That's, yeah, you have a bad fight, is it? But when your whole base is pinned back, you have to make a last stand, and you don't quite get it. That can be demoralizing. But we are going to see volleys landing, but no real damage being done. But we are going to see Aramir try and Spirit Rush in, doesn't get anything, has to use the last charge out, so that's now down. The inhib will fall, so now you have triple inhib. We'll have double supers coming in on the base. As now DJ tagged a lot of damage here on this Shen.
Triple inhib plus Baron plus Elder. I don't think Soul does anything.
Soul's nice, but when you're 13k down, I would much rather have...
Oh my god!
My god! The unleashed power of the Encore bullet time is just way, way too much. A triple kill for the Syndra. A quadra kill in the end. Misfortune stole the Penta. And ladies and gentlemen, Dynamo New Dawn will take game 1.
That ain't Falco. Call it a wombo combo. What a combination of abilities. Game 1, down. Just like that. That is exciting. That is probably a little demoralizing if you're good cheetahs, because you had Soul, you had such a good win condition, and then you realized, wait a minute, we just threw at Baron to a hyperscaling team composition.
So the big question is now, if you're side of good cheaters, obviously you're going to have some time to reset. But what do you do to kind of change? Because you went with a comp which you felt had a lot of tools, you had some big picks. Now you're going to try and flip it on its head. I think we will take a break very soon. So any final words?
I was just going to say, I think player of the game has to be that Syndra.
Oh,
she
with
was
no question.
Absolutely dominant. There were some nice encore, some nice bullet times, but the Syndra Scatter of the Week single-handedly won many fights.
Yeah, 100%. But as we say, we'll take a short break. And once we get ready for the next chef, we'll be back with you. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
And we are back. What a game one that was. That was a banger befitting a grand final. I mean, we had it where we had the good cheetahs. They had complete control over the dragon pit. They got the soul. But when it came to the late game, they didn't manage to close it out quickly enough. They had to throw over dragon. And that just led to the hyper-scaling Syndra, who had all the toys to play with, absolutely blowing everyone up.
I wouldn't necessarily call it late game that was the issue. I think the issue was the mid game, where they right-clicked a Baron when they had an ADC at 20% HP. That threw the game, to be blunt. They had a perfectly winning position that utilized these strong early lanes, but when you don't have scaling and you choke, for lack of a better word, you're going to lose.
Well, that's it. You know, Baron calls are nice, but if you don't get the playoff, you kind of have to be scared. You kind of have to take care. Now, we are going to see Dynamo Nudon back on the blue side. Gucci decided to stay on the red side. And we are going to see the two junglers get picked up nice and early. The Skarner Sivir for the side of Gucci against Sejuani.
I really like Skarner. I think Skarner's a very strong champion. It's like a tank jungler that does AD damage, so it pairs very well with most AP mid laners. Whereas Sejuani, you kind of want a Yone or something like that mid lane because it's an AP jungler, or obviously a Renekton. You can play it still with stuff like Orianna, but I generically prefer the Skarner side.
I quite like a Sejuani. You know, she's a very safe jungler. You know, she pairs well with a lot of melee champions. And even without that, she has so much use with the Glacial Prison there. But we are going to see Lucian, and you would imagine we're going to see some form in Nami or Lulu or even Emilio. We start to see a lot of pro players.
Yeah, Lucian Milio is, I think, the strongest duo in the game right now. It is really, really strong.
We're completely wrong. And it's
more
the Thresh
potential with the Thresh.
I mean,
I don't like Thresh.
There's a lot worse supporters out there. It's not who I would have picked, but we're basically saying we have our front line in the Sejuani and the Thresh. Which makes me think we're going to get a much more aggressive top lane this time.
But you're playing Thresh into Sivir. I guess maybe it's to prevent like an Enchanter combo. But now you're playing Thresh into Sivir Alistar, where I think you kind of get outscaled a little bit, and Thresh has a really hard time into Sivir because Sivir can just spell shield. Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
It's rough.
It'll be interesting to see where they go with the bans. We are going to see the Gwen coming out, so they are thinking they're going something to tackle these tanks in top lane. Which the Gwen would. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something very aggressive for Diamond Nudon. We saw in the last game, he was on tank duty on the Shen. A really solid job was there on the team fights. Played his cards when he mattered, but they're going to ban the Sion. Again, one of the most broken top laners on the patch.
I think they were probably afraid of Sion on 4 being really strong, not having an answer into it. They're going to ban the Mundo and Gwen, which are actually, in my opinion, tank counters. Yeah. So I think they're going to pick something standard. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an Orndan to match it. I think Ornn Skarner frontline would be horrifying to deal with.
Ornn Skarner Alistar, that's a hell of a trio.
Yeah, it's a hell of a trio, and then you have Sivir plus, whatever mid laner, Orianna, some 2-threat composition that's a ton of damage. You could also just blind mid here if you want to save your top lane R5 counter pick. I don't know if he's much of a Victor player, but I like Victor. Victor plus Sivir has a ton of scaling, a lot of range, a lot of AoE, scary team fighting. Then you have Alistar and the Skarner. It would be quite scary.
Going to be Azir.
I don't like Azir. You are not Chovy. I think it's very, very weak unless you're crazy good at the game. Though for the draft, I have to admit, it's pretty good. It's a lot of scaling, and you do have a lot of frontline with that Skarner. I just am kind of an Azir hater. There's a ton of picks, I think, that are still up there. Very hard to play Azir into. Like Victor, Xerath. You could even do something like Hui.
Gonna see the Nivea answer. I mean, we see a lot of Niveas in pro play nowadays. You know, the wave clear, the ultimate, it's just so broken.
Yeah, I much prefer the Anivia side of the draft. I mean, I really liked Good Cheetah's draft until they picked Azir. I'm just not an Azir enjoyer. Sejuani Anivia is like they're pretty tanky, and it's gonna be some bird on bird action. So we'll see who's the king of KFC and who gets kicked to, I don't know, Popeyes. It's like a
I like
like a
this.
rip off KFC. I don't like KFC even, so I don't know why I said that, but like
I like the Zahin, very solid champion. He's doing some decent work there. Whoever they match up against, I don't think you ever flex the Sejuani top and put the Zahin in the jungle. It's an option. I don't like it. I think we haven't seen the Zahin into the Volibear.
Ooh, I like Volley. Volley's aggressive early game champion, and Zahin can have a lot of issues with short trades, actually, top lane. It's quite difficult to play him. The hardest part of him is just getting through the early lane. And Volibear, he's a really dominant early laner.
But that's, well, now we see the full draft. Who do you think?
DND is the team without Azir, so I think they are going to win.
There you go. My concern for good cheese range. Neither of these comps have a lot of it, but their range is very close up.
This is true. It is also important to note that one side has Azir. And if you go to Azir Lolalytics, he has a 47% win rate.
That's not ideal.
That's not ideal at all.
But you do see in comp play, it's a very different situation.
Yeah. I don't know if he's that different though. Like, I'm just not an enjoyer. I think D&D's comp is a lot easier to execute. You got Sejuani, tanky jungle. You got tanky bruisery top laner. You got the easier to play bird, and then you have a very solid bot lane. Now, Good Cheetah's comp, if this was the LCK, would be horrifying, right?
Oh,
you have
100%.
3 meatballs, you got all this AoE damage, so the meatballs stand in front, you got the carries behind. But this isn't the LCK. People make mistakes, there are Baron throws. I don't love Azir. It's hard to execute, you know. You have to worry about, you know, throwing out all these sand soldiers while also dodging the Anivia stun, while dodging thresh hooks, while having to worry about these glacial prisons from Sejuani, the Lucian callings. Like, it's much easier said than done, even if you do have these meatballs.
I need to see what chat's got to say. We do see some Azir love in the chat. Not everyone shares your hatreds of the Pigeon Man. We're seeing Not Jumpy say he will struggle in lane, but he's good for the game. And you know what they say: lose lane, win game. And if you're a fan of good cheaters, that's what you got to kind of hold on to.
Yeah, I don't like Azir. I'm not trying to be mean or a bully to the funny bird. I think he could be cute in a weird Birdman sort of way, and obviously there are highlights with Shreema shuffles. The number one thing I do not want to see is a Shreema shuffle this game. Just play standard front to back. You have so many meatballs. If you Shreema shuffle, I think you will immediately get one shot. And you are one of 2 sources of damage on a good Cheetah side. I think this champion would have 2% higher win rate. Still not a good win rate, but 2% higher if you took away his ability to make highlight plays.
Yeah. Honestly, only time will tell. I mean, we're talking about highlight plays. The Zahin has a lot of them. The Lucian can make a lot of them.
That's true.
I think
Zahin has 1v5.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he gets a second life, if he gets ahead and can use that correctly, yeah. But there's a lot of meatballs. You don't have the most. Lucian's nice. He isn't an Ashe when it comes to stripping them down, whereas the Sivir will hurt.
I mean, the scaling on Good Cheetah side is really scary. Like, Volibear, is a nightmare in size to deal with. Even if, like, Zahin's ahead a little bit, he's still really, really annoying. But the team fighting on D&D side is also nothing to scoff at either. Right? Like, Sejuani Anivia sounds really annoying. Like, if you have a zone, how do you ever retake a zone into Sejuani and Ivia. Thresh.
Or you just can't.
You just can't.
A
A lot of it is going to be, this is my zone, you cannot go to my zone. And then the other team's going to be like, fine, that might be your zone, but this is my zone. And then they're like,
This
oh,
is my
wait,
no-no
mid
square.
wave. I don't want to lose all of mid wave. Maybe we can like share a zone, and then there's probably going to be a fight.
No, I gotta say, I think I agree. I think Dino New Dawn, their comp is the easier one to execute. But if Good Chi can play like it did in the early game, there's every chance that we even up the scores. And yeah, I think if people are on comfort, it's a very different game. We're not quite at the stage of Fearless where these players should be off comfort, because any player worth their salt in the grand final will have played at least a couple of games on multiple champions, not just here, but throughout the tournament. Not only that, you'll have kind of worked at these comps, had these idea of how you want to execute them. These are key parts in any kind of comp. So let's see, as we're not a million miles away from game 2, who's going to come out on top. I just... Go on.
I was gonna say, I like what both teams have drafted. Even after the initial Azir distaste has kind of left my mouth, I do think both comps stylistically make a lot of sense for how they want to play the game. I still think like Thresh Blind is a little weird. I think Lucian probably would have been stronger. You already have Engage with Sejuani, and you have a ton of zone control with Anivia. You can like fish for picks that way. I don't think you need Thresh. But if you want your support player who's like, you know, really good at engaged supports to have agency, Thresh is probably the greatest agency support there is. So from that perspective, it makes a lot of sense. And also, if you pick Thresh, it maybe dissuades them from going something like Lulu, because, you know, Lulu is kind of Thresh food.
Picks are never fun when you're playing an enchantment like Lulu, but we are about to get into this game number 2, where Dynamo New Dawn have a 1-0 lead against Good Chi.
I'm excited. I'm very excited. I think it's gonna be a banger game. Is there anything funny in the runes that we can see? It looks pretty standard across the board. I don't think there's anything maybe too wild. Maybe, you know, Volibear has Ignite. So that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing, you know, Conqueror for the Zahen, standard runes on the Sejuani, a very tanky mindset, same as the Skarner. Electrocute on the Anivia. I am not as big a fan of that. Yeah, you will do a lot of damage in a burst, but I don't know who you're really going to burst, if I'm being perfectly honest. But we will find out soon enough. Again,
Mostly
both
for
junglers...
lane.
Now, both junglers this time are both pathing towards the top side, so we will see a contest over this top scuttle this time around.
I don't know if we'll see a contest. I know, like, we might see a contest, but I don't think there should be a contest. I think what should happen is Volibear should have prio into Zahen, and Sejuani should recognize this. She might be there just to cover a dive, and then if there's not going to be a dive, she'll probably just go to bot scuttle, is how I imagine it'll play. As this is really illegal. I don't know how Sivir is getting pushed with Alistar, as Alistar level 1 is genuinely the worst out of any support. It is crazy how bad Alistar level 1 is.
Yeah, I mean, we are just going to see them just kind of poke out. I mean, Sevilla has nutty wave clear, and there's not really anyone to proc the Lucian passive. Yeah, you get the shields from the Lantern, but you don't get that many shields from this fish compared to Anami, Emilio. As oh my god, the Volibear damage already.
Sejuani did this last time where she's actually not topside. She's 3 camping into looking bot, but this really delays her clear, and now Skarner can invade with top prio.
Now, the only good thing is...
Zahen has the flash. He's dead.
Oh, no. Lekka basically takes a lot of damage now. I did see this tech before. I've not seen it really used that much, as we are going to see Thuske look to do a gank onto Master DJ. The Volibear E will go wide, but it doesn't matter. We are going to see the Skarner take that first kill as the 4-camp gank comes through. But yeah, Sejuani just gets allowed to go back to her topside camps with an item in tow.
Nice death sentence, little chunk onto Pandalorian, but I mean, this is why I was so suspicious of that bot visit, right? You delay, you're clear a ton, you don't find anything, and little scuttle contest here, but
Yeah, and I love
oh,
the permafrost coming up from the Sejuani, but we are going to see Darker Basher go very deep on this list. Oscarson taking a lot of damage. He's burning down Lucian, looking for that final killing blow. It will be Darker Basher. We'll pick it up as Robin here now. His elbows are gone. This should just be a double for the Severe. I mean, she's taking a lot of damage. She can't quite land. Who's watched it? Fuske's taking a lot of damage. Severe gets the thresh. John will fall in his top side. And we are going to see Lucifer manage to smite away the red buff, and he should be able to Arctic Assault over the hole. Nope, he just flashes instead.
That's crazy. I think Scouter had to just base, accept the fact you lose your red. But now it's an even game, right? Previously, it was a really nice lead. Thuska identified a really nice timer to dive, but he got greedy. I think he should have just based. Now it's, for all intents and purposes, a mostly even game. Yeah. Bot lane is maybe favoring the side of good cheetahs because, you know, Sivir got the kill, whereas Thresh got the kill, but it's still mostly even. Just a lot of scrapping going on. I think that could have been even better for Lucifer, by the way, if he didn't 3-camp.
Yeah. But we're going to keep going here. Nobody's really... Xana just going to take a bit back vision in that top side as Alistair's controlling the bottom river. Nothing really happening at the moment.
Looks like there's gonna be maybe a dive.
They're thinking about it.
Nah, they're just relaxing.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it, but yeah, I think just play safe.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Especially if they're a little uncertain where Sejuani is. It can be scary. Though I do like the idea of it to put the Zahen behind, because once he gets, you know, 6, starts getting the Grim Deliverance, he's really, really difficult to dive.
And we are going to see the Volibear go back and gets the stun. Right on the tower, though. The tower didn't quite get turned off. Will take a tower shot. And Master DG will survive for now. Very different topside this time around.
Yeah, I think Lekker's scared of a... He wants to redive, but he's uncertain how close Zahen is to 6, and that'd be an absolute disaster, and he's okay with just taking these short trays. He doesn't need to kill him immediately, because Zahen is still weaker, even though Volibear ulti is down. He's still, like, not that strong. And it pays to be cautious and safe, especially when you don't know where the enemy jungler is. Speaking of, both junglers are bot side. They know Thuska's here, and they should know that Lucifer's here as well.
Yeah, we are going to see Darker Basher just kind of play patrolman, trying to tank for Robinator. Again, both bot sides are playing fairly steady. ADCs still haven't died yet. Both supports have. Only difference is the Lucian doesn't have a kill. Sivir does. But even then, there's only about 100 gold lead, which is actually testament to this Lucian that he's still in this game so much. There's Lucifer going in for the invade. Has Darker Basher here. The hook actually lands onto the blue buff. Thuska getting burnt up. The blue buff will go over to the Sejuani, who will also pick up the kill onto this corner.
Yeah, that was
Less than ideal.
less than ideal. That is the word I use for it. That's maybe an overplayed hand, one might say.
Just a tad, but the Mountain Souls continue from the last game, and it will be the first dragon going across this time to the side of Dino Noodle. We are Master DJ will just die. He thought he had engaged there on this Volibear, who's now 1-0-1, a nice 750 gold lead on the bear. And there's one champion you don't want to get out of hand if you're the side of Dino Noodle, and that's the Volibear. There's Volibears on the rampage. Don't spell
Volibear
success.
is just absurd, right? He's so strong early game. You can't match him in sides. His damage is just like... It is kind of silly once you get to the later portions of the game, as I don't actually know what build he's going, so we'll see. He does have a dagger. Curious, maybe it's Dusk and Dawn? I'm not entirely certain.
Yeah, I mean, Dusk and Dawn should be what this Volibear goes into, and I would imagine it'll be a Trinity Force for the Zahen. I don't think you have that much on here, and Trinity Force just gives you a buttload of stats, but grubs are up, and if you're the Volibear, this is what you want, but Skarner is in the area, looking him on engage onto Master G, and we do see it go wide, and now Basher is here with the Sejuani. The hook doesn't quite land, probably going to look to flay them, gets a double flay back, the box comes out onto Thuske, as Lika Basic is getting those stacks of Permafrost. It's tightened up. And we are going to see Thuske just get popped, but we do see the shifting Shans on the Azir. Shock everyone away. The E from the Volibear doesn't do enough, really, to dissuade the push. And it's a 4v3 here in the top side now, with the Skarner falling, and that should just be grubs for the side of Dino Nudon, at least for now.
Remember when I was like, Azir's winner would be up 2% if you couldn't make a montage play? He went in, used his ulti, and then had to flash, and got nothing. Like... I don't this Azir Chef is just not super useful until you can get one item. He's kind of a chicken before that. Or a pigeon? Or a condor? Not entirely certain what type of bird Azir is supposed to be. But he's a bird before one item. After that, he's like a mighty eagle bird. A more useful bird.
Well, that is just it. But we are going to see both sides just calm down for a second. As we do see in the bot side, this Lucian has pulled back. Sivir decides to stay, but now we've got the Zenithia with the ultimate. She's gonna do some power.
Yeah, Nivea is... her entire gimmick is, once I'm 6, I'm no longer able to be punished in lane, no matter what. There's nothing you can do, pretty much, to punish her in lane.
Well, that is it. But she's got the Rod of Ages. She's going to scale quite nicely into this game. And that's where kind of, if you're the side of good cheaters, you got to be careful. You need to kind of start moving things a bit quicker.
Yeah, you have to be cautious, as Zahen is finally a little bit stronger in these trades now that he's Sheen, which is definitely good for him, because if you can't stabilize this top lane, it's going to be... bad is a word for it. I would say disastrous. Like, pretty disastrous, because if you imagine, you have Volibear making so much space, you can barely not kill him, and Sivir and Azir are free-firing the entire time.
Hold that thought. We obviously Volibear. Oh my god, Master. She has to use the Grim Deliverance just to try and escape. Meanwhile, we see the flake coming out onto Oscarson. The box comes out, but Darker Basher, you're in range of that turret. You don't want to be there. The headbutt pulverized does so much from Oscarson. And now Kuchia seems to have control of this top side, and they won a massive fight in that bot side as well. But with a dragon in a minute, there's not much you get right now.
Yeah, good Cheetahs is looking really, really nice. They've made some very good plays. They have a very strong top side. Skarner's getting back in the game. Both junglers have purchased Heartsteel, so we get to see that satisfying clang as they grow bigger in size.
There is no better feeling known to mankind than hearing two champions have Heartsteel. And it's one of the best parts of Era Mayhem right now is when you get these Steal Your Heart. I would love to see that come to Summoners, because you can just imagine the size these two would get. But in the meantime, we're 4 kills to 5, a 1.3k goal lead in favour of the Cheetahs. But there's still a lot to play for, as the Hextech Dragon will come up on the Rift.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like if I'm trying to think who's like that much stronger. I think DND is like not feeling the best because they don't have Lucian ulti yet, but also they might stall it long enough where it doesn't matter. Azir's caught. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, Armir just take a lot of damage on the Azir. The wall comes out and the Glacial Prison comes out, and Lucifer is on a killing spree on this Sejuani. As much as you normally don't want it on your tanks, having it on a tank Sejuani is not a bad thing, because the hurt and 8 damage can get a bit scary. But that's just turn into a second dragon. And we saw the power Diamond Nudon did without the dragons. She just needs to hope that they can turn that around in their favour. I just don't think the scaling is quite as there as they had on the Syndra last game.
I mean, this is a crazy game in my opinion because both teams are going to have really long-lasting team fights. You look at how beefy Zahen is going to be in team fights, look at how beefy Volibear is going to be, double tank junglers that are both kind of accelerated. Even though there is like kind of a lot of damage from the Azir and the Anivia, they're going to have trouble hitting in my opinion. So I think it's going to come down to who can have not only the better position at the start of the fight, like can you burst a carry, can you pick an Azir, but also who's going to have, like, you know, better access to the backline.
At the end of the day, this isn't League of Legends, this is League of Tanks, people. If you're not playing a tank, you're not having a fun time. We are going to see Master G. Kindly, he is going to get caught by Thuska here on the Skarner. And, yeah. Night-night,
a lot.
Mr. Zayn
Oh,
has to, again,
Deliverance.
he used to get us to get out of trouble, but that's a big spell down for a good wee while. And they can't really do much now, because now you're going to lose your topside tower. You can't contest it. This Volibear's 2k up, as the hook will land from the Thresh. Zahen, without ultimate now, doesn't have flash because he just used it there, but we're going to Lucifer come over the wall, try and help his top laner. Now these permafrost stacks should be stacking up, and there we go. When Thuska's in the area though, I don't think Lucifer wants to stay here.
Yeah, stuff on Volibear, I think, is not going to be easy to take down.
No.
Understatement of the millennia, perhaps.
I mean, I expect to see Merc Treads coming out here, or actually Armor Boots for the side of this Zahen with this Lucian and the Zahen. But this Zahen isn't really doing much as the head pop pulverizes a lot of damage on Darkabash. Robinator will pop the ability, he's trying to kind of do whatever he can. He will get an extra couple of dash in. Oscar said it's going down low. The hook goes right through the goalposts. I mean, you can go either side, you're going to hook a duck. But instead, you just score a nice open goal.
Panda here.
Yeah, Panda and Oriana, Oscarson do stay, but we're just going to see Robinator just get popped by the pigeon. And not only do you lose the top side tower, I expect you to lose the bot side, but no, Sivir and that are backing because we are going to spot Lucifer on this Rift Herald. Try to do it, but Lekka Bezig will push him off. Zayn is in the area, does have the Grim Deliverance back up and Goranim. We haven't really spoken much about Goranim this game. Lekka Bezig, and here it comes. This is, oh my bloody hell. That's a massive, massive shutdown onto this Zahen. And Goranim, again, he's been absent scaling up for most of this game. He's not even fully scaled. He comes into one fight and he just flips it on its head.
I see. There's the golden rule of League. Besides, don't chase Singe and you know don't dive Cassante.
Don't go through a bot
before you
portal.
fight. Well, yeah, that too. But count before you fight, right? The issue with that is that there's 3 people. You know your mid lane is bot side. You know Skarner isn't there, and you don't have ulti or ignite or flash. I do appreciate you trying to bully Sejuani off of Rift, but it's not worth giving your shutdown. And now, all of a sudden, you've given, I didn't quite see how much gold, but way too much. I think 700 or 800 gold over?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It was a significant,
huge throw.
was a significant gold bounty there. I mean, it's only brought the damage down to 1.8k in favour of this Volibear, which is a solid amount of damage, and it is only going down. As Master G is now fighting the Skarner. He's been camping this game. You know, he's not a chance to play the game, and that's opened up the rest of the map as we see the flash coming up from Pandalorian. Oscarson doesn't have his flash up, he does have the Hex flash though, and they are just going to shepherd this wave in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Honestly though, with Shelly coming up, you're going to pop this on the tower, you're going to charge it in. Thresh is going to go on the Joyride. No real Tokyo Drift, and that should just be first mid tower. Every tower is valuable, obviously, but mid tower I feel is one of the most valuable towers, at least for tier 1, because it can't open up the map to play. They don't quite get it. Master G is now burning under the tower. The tower will get turned off, and Volibear should, like a Bezig, should just eat this Zahen alive. But there's now a 4v3 in the bot side. Volibear is trying to do what damage he can. We obviously see Aramira try and join the fight, but the fight's already over. They are having to run. The glacial prison will stop Thuske from escaping. The culling will come out. And it's just going to be another one fight for the side Dynamo No Dawn. But while all this happening, while this dragon spawning, Volibear is raining down absolute hell on this top side as Dark Abasha goes, well, dodges the shuffle. The soldiers come out, will do enough to delay the dragon so Thuske can come up, but all while that's happening, look at Lekka Bezig in this top lane. 3k up now.
Yeah, Lekka Basic is maybe... See, I've said problem. Thuske might look for a steal.
This is stealable. Now, Robinair is down. This is really bad. But and he will get it.
Oh, it's stolen!
The 70 millisecond smite will take it. Very good contest there. Says, well, I think that she's gonna struggle to get out here without dying, and indeed she will. A double kill now for the Severe, who again we've not really talked much about.
I mean, Sivir has been quietly consistent this entire time. The Pandalorians had a really good game. He was basically set up from that early bot skirmish. He picks up a freebie. Now in these team fights, 3-0-2, he's going to be very, very difficult to shut down.
But now you've got a Volibear who's had time to scale, and it's just dominated this early game with another Grim Deliverance. He's 2 levels up on Master G. Like,
yeah,
these fights are not fair.
Okay, nice sidestep. Yeah, this isn't exactly a,
family-friendly kind of fight.
I wasn't going to say family-friendly. I was going to say, this Volibear is hacking. He's hacked into the mainframe.
I think people need... I think the Zenith League officials might need to check the Vanguard on that PC, but... You know, it's a 1k lead in the bot side, 500 gold now in favour of the Azir, but that's kind of matched out by the jungle matchup for the Sejuani, who is winning the War of the Hearts, 250 stacks to 152. But top lane's not even close. 2.6k and a significant amount of levels in favour of this Volibear.
Huge gap, like not even remotely close type of gap. I think this Volibear might not be stoppable. Like, mid is relatively even, bot's behind 3,000 gold, so that's kind of a problem. But then you look top. You can, like, maybe one-shot a Sivir, right? Maybe.
If she doesn't have Spell Shield.
Yeah, you can't ever one-shot a Volibear. Also, Lucian based, he's probably down closer to 800. He just didn't base and match Sivir. So, okay, so Lucian's more down, like, you know, 800, 900 gold?
Yeah, about 700 gold here on this Lucian, you know, but that is coming down all the time, especially as he picks up these waves in the mid lane. Sejuani does the backward somersault into top lane. We are going to see the permafrost land on the Volibear. Will be stunned up, and he is in the bounce house, but honestly, with the Avoid Flicker, I think he 2v1s. He's igniting the Sejuani. There you go. Lucifer's down. Now, this time around, Master G does finally have this passive. I still don't think it's enough. Especially with Skarner turning up. We talk about Alpha's...
exactly what I was afraid of. He is 1v2, Thanos raid boss, 1v9, unkillable.
We got a sick belt. Unless good cheaters do what they did in game 1 and do a masterful throw, we got a series on our hand. But we are going to see Oscarson go down too, Robinator. That's a nice bit of gold, and actually the first kill for the Lucian this whole game. We're 21 minutes in, and not really what you want on your ADC. And they've just not been able to play the game. And right now, this is going to script from the regular season match. Game 2, after game 2, it was 1-1 between these two sides.
Yeah, as much as I was doubting the Azir doesn't actually need to do much when Volibear is pretty much able to 1v2 at his will, and you have this absurdly strong Sivir, and you have a meatball comp that scales really well that also is better in side lanes, because if you don't have position with a Nivea, you're not going to be able to win fights. The champion is basically just, hey, this is my zone. You can't ever get a zone if you're behind.
Yeah, we are seeing Azir starting to put up his Pokeballs in the mid lane. I've never seen, I don't think I've seen this skin before. But that is one of the best Azir towers I've seen.
it is fantastic. It is well and truly fantastic. Very, very nice.
What is not fantastic is this Master G getting caught out by this Alistair, and look who's here to punish. Lega Basic. Master G will be having nightmares about this Volibear tonight.
Yeah, Lecker Basic is... I said Thanos, but Thanos loses. You know, he is... bye-bye. Oh, no. No.
Now, we do see Lucifer does manage to survive. Now, the interesting part, DND were trying to do the Baron.
Yeah,
I mean,
we know how Barons are.
I love a Hail Mary, I just don't think you can do that. Because if you took the Baron, you lose your base. Now, the good thing for them, there's no imminent threat of Elder because they got their 2 early dragons. Only 23 minutes in, mind you. This Volibear has well over 4.5k gold now he gets that tower. And he's already level 16. He
might be a little strong, I think. I have a theory, a fan theory. He might be a little strong.
Now, we have seen the Skarner get a steal, and we get the early smite coming out, but Fusky will still get it.
It was actually a really nice scoop.
Yeah, and Darkabash is just stuck in that pit. He can't get out. And Nivea is trying to do her best with ultimate. But the fact that we've got Merc Treads and the Spectre's Cowl on this Volibear, when you've only got a Rod of Ages and a Seraphs, not much more you can do in as he's trying to catch them all in mid game.
You know, the auto was actually for the Azir initially, because I thought, oh no, he's going to throw the game, but he actually had really nice recognition that there wasn't actually any CC up to punish him, and he's able to get the free pick onto Thresh as Zahan is forced to TP away. And I wouldn't actually mind this Baron start at much, because you're so much stronger at this point, but it is still a little scary. Nivea does have TP.
I do want to point out as well, throughout this game, on the side of Dynamo Nudon, the Sejuani is the one who's done the most damage at 13k. Volibear's doubled that at 28k, and he's only going to get more here as Lucifer will get stunned up by Lega Basic. We are going to see Oscarson. Everyone's coming down. Lucifer's just not going to play the game. He's been transported to the Tribush. And you got to imagine good cheaters will use this timer just to burn down this man. You don't have a smite. You don't have any ways really to engage. You're down about 6k gold. You need to have some kind of miracle. A double suppress there from the Impale of the Skarner. We do see the Master G doesn't have the passive up there. Won't get it. The Grim Deliverance come in. And now Robin is starting to do a bit of damage on Tuska, but he will get popped by the Vandalorian. And now Master G will go in to his passive. Will take the Alistair there with him. Belution will fall from the Sivir. Goranim should go back into an egg, be made into omelette. As it is all falling apart.
This
for
Nivea
DND.
is Kentucky Fried Chicken. Or Popeyes. Or, you know, insert your favorite fried chicken place. Chick-fil-A, Cane's, chicken fingers.
Nando's, if you're over here in the UK.
Sorry, I'm American, so I only know the American places. My apologies.
Haven't saw the joy of a cheeky Nando's, I tell you that. But we are going to see...
Oh, Lucifer, can he steal it?
Lucifer, come back in! He does! Oh my god, Lucifer! Now we're talking about Hail Marys. That is the ultimate Mary of Hails. As Lucifer decides to chance it and think going that way, we'll get the blast code now. He's going to try and burn so much time. Because the only ones really with this are going to be the Lucifer, are going to be the Lucian and the Thresh. He is going to go into the Alco. The Lekabithic doesn't have mana. He will use the dash over, and he's going to try to take Pandalore. He's doing a lot of damage. Oh my god! But not only that's a lot of time burnt.
Yeah,
which is kind of given Lucian and Thresh.
It's so important. You have to stall this game. It's not about using your Baron to push, in my opinion. It's just about the enemy team not having Baron. You stall out, you give more time for your Lucian to get items, more time for your Anivia to maybe get that Leandri's. Like, every single item you get on your carries after this matters more. Because the longer a game goes, the less gold leads matter. That is a, like, critical steal. Because I think if Lucifer doesn't get that, it's game over. GG. They just take Baron, and then they run mid, it's over. You can't do anything.
There must have been an early smite from the side of Thuske, because the smite for Sejuani done 55 damage.
That's just crazy. It's just absurd. That's just absurd, man. You can't write it better than that.
You really can't. But, you know, it's still 21 kills to 9, still 7k in favour of the Cheetahs. They are still in the driving seat. However, if the side of DND can just stabilise, they don't need to win the game right in the next couple of minutes. We saw last game it went for a good 3/4 of an hour. If you decided D&D, you want us to be still casting this game in 3/4 of in another 15 minutes. I mean,
Yeah,
we've
for
got
sure.
possible kind of third dragon here for either side here. I mean, if you can get to 7 dragons at this point as Dynamo New Dawn, you are laughing.
I mean, the steal was hype, but we have to remember, it's kind of, I don't want to say like, it's disastrous, but it is not good.
It's
Or,
as
like,
we say there,
look at
it's
Sivir.
suboptimal. Yeah.
Yeah, it is suboptimal, because Good Chi is still firmly in the lead. Like, the Sivir is 4 items.
She has an IE
4 items.
ahead. She is an IE ahead.
Yeah, that is... IE is a little bit of gold. It is just a
wee
smidgen of gold. Just a wee bit of gold.
But we are going to see Darker Basher and Sejuani going, but they're going to get double up and pressed by the Impale. The wall will come out, trying to stop their back. They're going to trap Lucifer on the wrong side. Lucifer is just dead. The hook will land. I like the idea. Master G says, nah fam, nah, I'm getting out of there.
Good game.
That should become a triple kill for the side of the Pandalorian, and the fist bump goes to nothing. The Nevia wave clear is good, but it's not quite there. Good Cheetahs. They have got to play in this second game.
Fight. It was a 4v5, and I think that's going to maybe cost the game.
I don't even think though with the Zahe in there that goes any differently, but with that, the push isn't quite going to be the final killing blow here. They are close. They are looking for it. They are still fighting, but the health bars are getting low. And we are going to see Oscarson go down now. We do have Dragon up. I don't think there's much can do. The only good thing for Dynamo Dawn fans is 1 inhib. And you are in a really rough...
ton. Like, I also thought they could have ended, but they didn't actually get onto Anivia, and now Death
Thuska's
Sentence
dead.
lands.
Thuska's dead. I think
And
that's
that's their
another dragon for D&D.
Now, the scary thing to watch is obviously this Volibear doesn't have TP on his summoner spell. He does have it though as part of its quest, and it is almost up. So yes, you're going to get the 3rd dragon and your first Chemtech dragon for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. But you got to respect the possibility of a backdoor. Because if this Volibear gets allowed to play the game, and whether you're a fight for the next dragon, anywhere over the map, and it goes wrong, your base doesn't exist for you to go back home to, even if you win that fight.
That's true. That's definitely something you have to watch out for. This Sivir is 10-0 still, so even though they might have lost Dragon, I think she's gonna buy a GA or Bloodthirster, probably.
Yeah, Pandalorian's played a fantastic game on this Sivir, but Lucifer, oh no, this Sejuani's back in the bounce house, gets Suma shifted all over the Gromp pit, but will flash away. Not gonna have the Q to get away, and will just fall, and that's big with Baron up in a minute. But Oscarson taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of the culling. And Evia goes back into omelette form, and Oscarson will fall, but not before a triple kill. Aramiria on this pigeon. You were skeptical of this Azir in the first place, but a 7-1 and 9 Azir coupled with 10-0 Severe, the Sharimans are showing up this game.
Yeah, I think if you give any champion approximately 100 trillion gold, they're gonna be like pretty scary. Azir is probably just gonna end this game, honestly, in a clean fashion, as I would say a really good game from Good Cheetahs. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a little.
It has to be.
Yeah, there we go. Really clean game from Good Cheetahs. They played around this Volibear well, and I think that's game 2.
Has to be. And what a turn up for the Boots. After that game 1, it was quite a close game. Game 2, after the first couple of minutes, once you started losing that top side, it just kind of slipped away for the side of Dino and Udon. But that is only game 2. We can go 5 here tonight.
I think we will.
I think we're in for a series here. I don't think I can quite hear the wee woos just yet, but you never know. But we're going to take a short, we're going to take a short break, and we'll come back, do a quick recap of that game, and then we'll be straight into draft for game number 3. See you soon.
Stay tuned.
And we are back here for game number 3 of Good Cheetahs versus Dynamo Nudon. And that game 2 was very different to game 1, Jackson.
Yeah, it was really, really, really tense. Super, super fun to watch. Until it wasn't. It was. It was. I think it was really close. Like both carries were strong, and then Volibear 2v1'd.
Yeah.
Whereas game
That
one was the literal exact opposite of that, where one team was really like dominant, right? They were up 4K, feeling good, and then
It just snowballed.
they lost a Baron. Let's say, to be polite, that they lost a Baron.
Yeah, I mean we have seen Baron be the curse, but in that game too, even with the steal, they couldn't quite convert it because of how far behind. But similar bans here for game 3, the Kazakhs, Brom even. God, only game 3, I'm losing it. The Udara, well, the LeBlanc, Shyvana, and the Scion. And we're just going to see Good Cheese say, you know what, we're going to go win the Jinx. And they have swapped sides as well. So Davis,
so it's gonna
DND, yeah.
It's Jinx B1, but Jarvan's up.
I think you have to go Jarvan, right?
I feel like you have to. Jarvan is just so scary. I think you have to, right? Maybe it's kind of a call out. They're saying, hey, you don't want to play Jarvan, maybe like because
we're gonna go Xerath.
They're gonna go Xerath.
That's not a Jarvan.
Huh? That's not Jarvan. Notably, Xerath is not Jarvan,
and doesn't really synergize that well with the Jarvan.
Yeah, are they not going to take Xerath? Are they not going to take the Jarvan? Or Nocturne or something. I feel like there's so many picks that are really strong in the Jinx.
I mean Nocturne, Xerath. Can we go? No, we are going to go J4.
Okay.
The man with the crown. No, never mind.
Malphite.
I know what I'm locking on Gucci. It starts with
Silas
an S, ends in 6.
Yeah.
Like this is what?
Why?
This is one of the freest Silas games I have seen.
They literally can put it anywhere.
You've got
they can put it anywhere. You can put it top. You can put it jungle. You can put it mid. You can put it support if you want. Like, this is illegal.
If this isn't a Silas, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, if they don't lock Silas on, yeah.
What?
Like you have to pick that. Silas is just so free here. You've got so much flex. You can keep it as a top flex, as a mid flex, as a jungle flex. You can even, I have seen it in the past, Silas supports. But we're not. It's not going to go top side because we're seeing the Ornn again. A very safe, a very scaly, and with the combo they've got, I love it.
I like it a lot. I really, really, really like it. You know what I like best about it? It's consistent engage. It's consistent frontline for your Jinx, and the enemy team doesn't have Jarvan.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they can still.
They could still pick Jarvan here, I guess. And I still think it's best in slot, but I thought it'd be like Malphite jungle.
Nope, we're going the Red Baron himself, Corki.
Okay,
and I don't know how I feel about that.
You could have, if you really wanted Malphite. Why didn't you just pick Corki on 2, and then pick Malphite on 3 and ban Silas?
Like,
right? Like, am I?
No, you're not. That would have been a big brain play. We also said Nocturne ban, so they don't think there's Silas in the jungle. They think it's Silas mid.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
But if that's me, I'm putting Silas in the jungle now. There's no question.
I mean, I would just put Silas wherever you think Malphite's going, unless it's top, right? But Ornn is still good into Malphite, by the way.
Oh, so. Malphite is really bad into Ornn. You know, you can.
Yeah.
You want this Malphite to have to jump on this Jinx, so really you need her to be in jungle to have any engage before these team fights. And even then, Ornn will sit in the side lanes just say, looks like I'm clearing waves again. And just start bashing down these towers with these artifacts.
I wonder what you want to pair with Jinx. You could do something like a Lulu. You could do something like Nautilus to create more space. There's a lot of really
They're convinced this is Silas mid, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick Ornn into Malphite, makes sense. I mean, I guess it could be Ornn jungle, Malphite jungle. We'll see how much they want to cook.
I mean, Ornn jungle would be kind of cool. We don't see it that much, but I think if I'm Gucci, I'm putting Silas in the jungle. You already know, like they're going to have to pick probably support here on 4. No, we're going the Yone.
So I think Yone into Silas mid is the idea.
No, I think it's Xerath mid, Yone mid. Yone mid, Zeref, I'm talking rubbish. Yone top, Zeref mid, Malphite top, Corki ADC with the support still to be picked. Which honestly,
We'll see.
don't
But
know how
I thought the
feel
reason I
about
think
that.
it's Yone mid is because Yone is really effective into Silas. Like, it's one of his harder matchups to play. Because he
And
wins
yeah.
long trades and he kind of outscales.
They wasted 2 bans. And they're going to look at the owner. They were looking at the Galio. I
would
actually really like the
probably
Galio.
Just
I like
pick
the
some
Galio.
sort of AD jungler here. I know there's not many options. I would just go Vi. It's just peel for Jinx. And it's like lockdown, and you can dive onto the Xerath. It's not the best.
I still
but you
think the
need AD
Silas should go
damage.
jungle.
Yeah, but then you
I-
have to pick an AD mid laner, and it's kind of awkward here. There's not a lot of great options unless you want to play like Akshan, which is not really played often. I would personally just lock Vi.
That'll do it.
Oh,
That'll
wow.
do it. It is a
Aurora.
Silas jungle.
So it is.
Yeah,
You're
love that.
right. It's
I love that.
That's weird. That is.
I love that.
I don't
Like,
know.
you-
I have no idea who's going where because keep in mind,
So-
Ornn can also jungle, and Aurora
Yeah.
can go top and mid, and Silas can go top and mid, and Xerath can go mid and support, and Malphite can go top and jungle, and Yone can go mid and jungle, or sorry, mid and top.
Yeah, the Rel
Okay,
is
so
yeah.
it's Corki Rel bot lane. I have to imagine it's Xerath mid, Yone top, Malphite jungle, right?
And you put I would put the Silas in the jungle, on top, Aurora mid. I mean, the Aurora is a disgusting champion. The burst damage is just insane. If she can get onto the Sarah. The Jinx, Leona is a very safe bot lane. And then Silas is going to have a field day into this Malphite.
I mean, they have really good ultis for Silas. Like, they have Malphite.
Oh,
and
these are
Rel.
insane.
These are
Like-
crazy, but the issue is they're also really AP heavy. Like, the damage spread on D&D is much better than good cheetahs, in my opinion. Because you have
Honestly, though-
basically 4 AP champs.
Yeah, I agree there. But if there's any champ you want to be solo AD, it's a Jinx. Because she is going to rain hell.
Yeah,
come
it's
this
a
late
hard
game.
Jinx game, though. They have, like, Yone dive, Rel dive, Malphite, Xerath. It's like... I don't think the strength of this comp is the Jinx. I think the strength of this comp is the Silas. But it's not the best Silas game because they can stack Amar. So it's a little weird, in my opinion. I think that's kind of the issue with their comp. Because they're just... I don't know. I think it would be a lot scarier if they had something like, Aatrox Jungle or... I mean, Jarvan was up, right? You could have played Jarvan.
Yeah.
Or like Vi, Wukong, something like that.
I just don't get the Malphite pick. When you know Silas
Yeah.
is up.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
there is the elephant in the room where you gave Silas Malphite ulti, and now Silas is Malphite ulti.
But it's not only that, you've given him a Yone ulti. The Xerath ulti is massive. Okay, the Corki one doesn't really do much. But the Rel ult, if you can get in the middle
Really good.
and use that, that's kind of nutty.
Yeah, Rel ulti is really, really strong. Yeah,
So,
I'm not...
predictions.
I think good cheetahs is going to win. I think you have Silas into Malphite. I don't think there needs to be more said. Silas is bad into Malphite.
Oh,
it is-
just a tad.
The worst matchup in the game.
I just don't.
Yeah.
It just takes one reset as well, and then it's yeah.
Yeah, then it's Raps.
Yeah. And then it's GG's go next.
You think D&D wants to ask for a draft remake?
I would be. I would say, oh yeah, no, we didn't. We went to pick the J4. Let's just go again. No, it's going to be rough.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre. Again, I still think, hey, good cheetahs probably should have picked Wukong, but it's fine because even if, like, sure, I'm nitpicking draft, but you have a bunch of tanky boys, you got a bunch of space making for Jinx, and yeah, they have tools to kill Jinx, but if they're sending everything on Jinx, now Silas is unmatched. So
Yeah. And that's the scary thing for me, is you cannot, for the love of your life, let this Silas go unpunished.
yeah, I think that Silas will unfortunately go unpunished. Tragically.
But this is only game 3. you know, neither of these teams are on match point. So even if one of them win, the other team still has a life in this grand final. So there's still a lot to play for. And honestly, if you can win a game when you've given the enemy team a massive, massive win con before anyone's even set foot on the Rift, that's good going. Can they do it after the last game? I think went for another quick one, but only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Regardless, it's going to be really exciting.
No, definitely.
I think the Wombo combo of both teams is probably the most fun because you got like Aurora and the Leona ulti and the Yoran ulti and the Silas, you know, with the Malphite, and then you have Malphite Yone Rel for these, you know, crazy AoE Wombo combos. Also, how does Xerath like exist on the map when Silas is like Malphite ulti? Like, how does Xerath like exist like at all? Like that seems quite difficult to survive as well. Like if you look at the lanes,
like even if he doesn't have the Malphite ulti, if he has a Rel ulti as well, you know, you get the chain lash and the abscond onto him, and there's just nothing he can do. Like the abscond abduct, like he's just going to get jumped on and go pop.
Go pop. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. That is what's going to happen.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game. I think, as we're saying, this is a nice, easy comp for good cheaters to execute. But when nerves are on the table, when it's, you know, game 3 of a 5-game banger, if that is where we're going, not the easiest to kind of execute. Even if you have
to look at lanes, right? Assuming it's Yone top, Yone like beats Ornn, but it's not like super easy. I'd say Silas has a lot of threat jungle onto the Xerath, right? With the Aurora. Like the game, like Xerath has to be really, really careful. And then bot side, I think I would favor Corki Rel a little bit in lane, and then obviously Jinx Leona has a little bit better scaling. At least that's how I view it poisoning.
I'm not sure. I think we need to wait and see what we get into game, which I don't believe is that far away. So let's just see if the side of good cheaters can continue their game 2 dominance and win this game 3, or if we're going to see a bounce back from the side of DND, Dynamo New Dawn. And this is where... Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't think we will. I don't think Dynamo New Dawn will win. To say I am skeptical of the Malphite on 2 when you could just pick it on 3 is the understatement of the century.
Oh yeah. Like, you had opportunity to pick it, you didn't need to pick it. Like, it's not as if, you have to pick it now or you're not getting it. You had plenty time to wait and see.
Yeah.
But I believe we are getting into game as we see people loading in. Do you think we're going to see any shenanigans this time around?
I think it looks pretty standard overall. There's nothing too crazy. Malphite jungle has the standard setup. He goes PTA because he likes to slap you with his W fist. It's pretty funny, actually.
We are seeing a little bit of an invade here from the side of Dynamo New Dawn. Looking just to try and secure that vision. A three-man wall there. Gordon will get some nice early poke onto the Silas. Again, spotting out the ward on the chickens. But we'll trade back some HP for it. But yeah, nobody really dies early. But we are going to see a death push level 1. As the Leona Jinx looks to get some early combo. We are going to see the Leona jump onto Darkabash. So the crash down will come in from that. Oscarson's already taking a lot from the machine gun. And of all the combos, I don't think Leona Jinx is the combo you want to be trying to do that as. If I was the Corki Rel, yeah, maybe, but you've now had to burn the heal of Oscarson. And we're not even a minute 20 into the game.
I see your spirit.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. You don't win level 1. It's not complicated. It's not the most complicated thing in the world, but it should be fine. Oh, no, level 2 all in.
What an engage by Luna. And now, with the zap, Should be enough. Oh, the zap doesn't come up quick enough, and Oscarson's going to go down with the machine gun, but they're going to turn onto the Jinx. Oh, a first one for this, but double kill for Jinx here. If Darkabash is not capable, and it is a double kill for the Pandalorian. Will cost the flash and the barrier.
Really well played. Yeah.
When we're talking to the epitome of a hyper carry, one name comes to mind, and that's a Jinx. And you don't want to give the Jinx a nice early 900 gold lead less than 3 minutes into the game.
Malphite is only level 2. I don't think he's doing anything. He did blue into bot gank.
I mean, it's ballsy. You burn your flash, but now you have to give up. He invaded.
I think he
blued into an invade.
Did he, or did he red into an invade?
He did his blue on bot side, and then went over to the red side.
Well, I think the thing to note there, by the way, is that it's the most clear bot lane fundamental. It's level 2 all-in. It happens all the time, and it's just disrespectful. You have to be really careful. Speaking of really careful, Yone is like 1 HP, and Sylas is actually top.
Yeah, not only that, he's in the enemy top side. So Lekka Basic is going to go there, just stop the clear. I don't think Master G knows that Thuske is here. And this is one of the free... I would say freest dives, but we've seen how dives have gone so far in this series. As Master G is going to go into the spirit form, and Thuske is already tanking the tower. Yeah, this is... This is par for the course. This is par for the course, people.
We're just kind of watching, shocked as Aurora might have to flash. Okay,
yeah,
flash is traded.
She's gonna. You don't mind that, but what you do mind is.
Aurora. I think it favors Aurora heavily. Now Zenith is no flash into Sylas Aurora.
Yeah, not only that though, like the fact your Sylas died and didn't give over a kill, it doesn't feel bad, but it's not great.
Yeah,
because now like
are kind of screwed. Like they kind of ruined each other's tempo. So it's like
this is a nightmare for jungler. But you feel better for the Malphite because you are up in CS. You do have an extra three stacks on your jungle quest, which in terms of tempo is big. But we do see Sylas's camps are starting to come back up. The top side is up, whereas Malphite he's only got one camp right up, and that's up. That's on the Krugs. I don't think he realizes yet. Yeah, he was kind of hoping the Raptors would come up there, thinking Sylas maybe started there. But we obviously Leona going in onto the backline. But we just see passives popping everywhere with these runes. And yeah, it's just...
it's just like...
I'm lost for words, Jackson.
I mean, I can give you one word, chaos. Aggressive, as both teams clearly think, hey, we need to make early plays, or it might be rough mid-game. I don't know how both teams can think that at the same time, but that is clearly the thought process, as Sylas is trying to relieve pressure from his lanes, because Aurora does kind of lose into Xerath, and Yone does kind of lose into, or Yone does kind of win into Ornn, so it's like you have kind of two, losing solo lanes, kind of, but it's not, like, honest, if that makes sense.
Yeah, one thing I do want to highlight is right now this Jinx has a run about 2.6k gold. The next highest is Xerath on 2k. She's got an 820 gold lead onto the Corki. As we do see the on-horn be popped out. I will hit Master G1s. Doesn't quite flip on the second time. I'd be looking to check where. But we see the soul and bound come out from the Yone, but it's not enough. Lekka Basic will pick up the kill on the Yone. And
this is two games in a row now. Lekka Basic has played amazing. No,
even game one. Like he didn't play bad on the K'Sante. He got outplayed by a Shen, who was just more. When you look at the rest of the map on that game, there's not much the K'Sante can do. Lekka Basic has been solid throughout this series, and he isn't even the starting top laner because obviously they normally would add Blossom. But with Oscarson coming down and helping out the team. It's been a massive help, but we are going to see an engage on the bot lane as we see Leona going in. Now Sylas is here, will land the change. And yeah, that's just first dragon. But we do see Robbie there, I think, probably trying to strafe above his station. And he just force to do a sortie back to base, although he's going to put the ward down. And it's just first dragon to the cheetahs.
Malphite's 6 though, but Rel's not here. I mean, Yone's TPing. I think they want the fight, even if the dragon's gone.
Oh, Zenith did try and steal it, but Lucifer's just dead. Lucifer kills the Silas in return. You don't mind that so much, but now let's see if they can get anything off that play now the jungler's off the map. They've got a lot more pressure.
That was a really good angle, but unfortunately, you're going to lose a lot top lane for it, as I don't think Yone really needed to TP.
Oh, and Jinx is going to get another.
Is...
Yeah, Darkabash is just dead. We see the Fishbones rockets coming out from the Pandalore. He is having a field day on the Jinx. There's not many champs that feel bad when you're 3-0, but one champion that always feels really nice is a Jinx.
Yeah. Jinx is... She scales okay. One might say.
Just a wee bit. Just a little bit.
So that was a really nice angle for Malphite. He saw, oh, I'm 6. I know those guys 5. I'm going to go in. I'm going to pick up a free kill. I don't think Yone needed to TP, but it's not the end of the world. His game isn't over. And now, Malphite's actually really accelerated, and Silas is pretty behind. And, you know, the game was kind of, in my opinion, about the Silas, and if he's behind, it's going to hurt. Now, I don't know if it'll hurt that much, since I was expecting Jinx to not be 3-0. Like, that's pretty good.
Especially when she's the only AD. Do you A, answer her AD? And then, oh no, Thursky has Malphite out. Oh my. So, that's a double kill for the Silas as the on-horn comes in. Darkabash is in no man's land. The Zenith doesn't like an end, but it doesn't really matter. Darkabash is just dead. You just lost.
Yeah, the warning flag there was your Malphite had no ulti, and you decided to fight. And, so Silas is, as it turns out, pretty good with Malphite. This is a shocking revelation to everybody, I'm sure.
Who would have imagined a Silas being good with Malphite? Oh, imagine that.
Yeah,
Doesn't have much benefit, though. Nah, this is, if I'm on the side of the Dino's Nudon, I am already thinking about game number 4. Like,
maybe
you got the... It's playable for now, but you need to start taking the Jinx down. You need something to happen, and it needs to kind of happen quick. Otherwise, this game is just going to snowball out of control very quickly. Robbie, you're ballsy being up there, I'll tell you that. Is it back to safety?
They also have Orin scaling, and they have a dragon. So there isn't really a soul win con, and they're also going to get, like, I think each Ornn item's 1k gold value, so they would also have an additional 5k of potential scaling.
Yeah.
And they also don't, I think the only side lane that's won is Yone, which he might not even win if he's, like, behind. And Xerath doesn't win into Aurora, and Corki also gets mega outscaled. He's supposed to win this lane, but, like, he got kind of level 2'd, and now it's,
the Zenith Blade comes in and Jinx is just getting a free fire. Corki's going low. The Super Mega Death Hugger doesn't quite connect onto the Corki. Will hit the rail. And they're just going to be able to back away for now. Yeah.
I see your spirit.
Yeah.
I am unconvinced by this Corki rel. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but you really didn't have to pick Malphite on 2. That being said, this game isn't even really about Malphite, it's about this Jinx who's just absolutely dominating. Like, the Pandalorian has been on fire pretty much 3 games in a row, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last game on the Severe, they played a hell of a game, and the Ashe...
The Ashe was really good, until it was.
The Ashe was good. But when you're playing against the Fed Cinder, there's not much you can do as Ashe. Let's be frank. Especially when you don't have a front line. This game, you've got the front line, you've got the engage, and you've already got the X optics less than 12 minutes into the game, and a pair of boots on your feet. You're 1.3k ahead. Chick's just gonna have to sit and play the game that she wants. It's her game. Everyone else just has to play it.
Yeah, Jinx is a little I mean,
Just a
the
widow.
entire game is can you one-shot Jinx's Malphite ulti, and then if you do that, can you win the fight after? And the answer is, I don't think so. But you have to try, because that's your win con, right? Because if Jinx is constantly getting resets, it's just not doable.
If Jinx gets one reset, it's not doable. Let's be frank.
Yeah.
And,
Top lane might be a solo kill.
Oh, he misses the honor, but the soul unbound doesn't quite come, and Gordon is just sent back to the Shadow Realm, basically. Pandalon will get Magnet Stormed up by Rel, but she says, really? I grew up in Zon. This is nothing. As now, Oscarson and Aramira will look to fight. Dusky is here. He added, oh no. We've seen this story before. Yeah. It's 10-1.
And that's another
12
dragon.
minutes in the game.
Yeah, 10-1. Every lane is winning. You don't have dragon stacking, and you get mega outscaled. We make draft anybody?
I mean, we call this a mulligan. You get each team probably gets at least one mulligan in the series, and they want to fight. The Zenith blade will land onto the rail. She does use the crash down to get out of the way, but the zap will land onto the rail, just slowing it down, but then get to safety. As we're going to get an Infernal Soul. I quite like an Infernal Soul, if I'm the side of Jinx.
I don't know if it matters. I don't know if the soul matters, I'll be honest. I don't see a win con. Maybe you full send it with like Malphite ulti onto, I mean everyone is flash. Okay, so somehow you burn a flash. Then you Malphite plus Xerath ulti to kill Jinx, and then maybe Xerath can poke them out. But Xerath also can't really poke them out unless he has control of a zone, which he won't have if he's behind.
Hear me out. To quote my good friend Shadow Dweller, the only hope that Dino and Udon have at this point is if Master Yi somehow breaks out the game, jumps into the Pandalorian's computer, slices all the cables to the VGU, and then we see the Malphite on Daramir. She will go beyond worlds as the Xerath ult does come out. I think two of them go wide, and I think he has to cancel it because the twofold hex is enough to get Aurora well. Meanwhile, Thuska is here looking for Yone, but both the Yone ults will go wide, but it's not gonna matter.
Oh, okay.
It will. I thought I'd imagine that not going to plan, but Lekka Basic is on a killing spree regardless.
Okay, that's a series of good plays for D&D because you burn the Aurora Flash for two of your ultis. There's no objective up those, so it's not the end of the world. And now you can maybe make a repay play on her. You know, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Neither of these sides have been clean around these towers when it comes to a dive. I mean, we've seen that
Neither of these
in all
sides
three
have been
games.
clean, period.
Valid. Oh, as Rel's going in, doesn't quite have the Magnet Storm.
Nice!
Jinx is
Shutdown.
down, but Oscarson will get a kill onto Dark Bash. I mean, that gold injection for the Corki is definitely going to go missed. But Thuski here is Naruto running all the way to this Corki. The Zenith Blade comes in. The Abscond Abduct doesn't quite come through, but doesn't really matter.
I mean, that's good. These are good plays. I appreciate that even if they're behind, they are still trying to play the game. They're finding really nice angles. That was a good call from Darker Basher to go in there, trade his life, and even if it's a 2-for-1, I think it's worth because Corki got.
You got to kill Jinx, and Jinx got nothing.
Yeah, Jinx got
the
nothing.
gold lead.
Leona.
The gold lead for Jinx is now 190 gold from that one set of play. That's a big gold swing. Now, you would still very much rather be in the Jinx's position with a 2.5k gold lead on your team, but it means it's a bit more playable now for Dino and Udon. I still don't think it's an easy situation, but it's at least semi-playable, question mark.
It's more playable than it was,
5 minutes
you
ago.
know, 5 minutes ago, yeah. Because 5 minutes ago, it
Oh,
was...
hold the phone. We all can see the flash.
Nice!
Flash out from the Zet again. Pandalorian will fall. That's
I mean, they're doing a
second
really
death.
good job targeting this immobile Jinx, and this is one of the fears from draft is, like, obviously Jinx did really well in a lane she shouldn't have, so props to her, but there's a lot of tools to get onto Jinx. You know, the Xerath ulti outranges her, the, Arcane Barrage, then you have the Malphite ulti. You have like Rel Dive. You have Yone, Fate Sealed, I think.
Yeah, Yone's the Fate Sealed. It's the right of the Arcane for the
Right
Zareth.
of the Arcane. Is
But we
Arcane
also see
Barrage a
every-
thing?
I
don't
think
think so.
it is. Corki
It
has
sounds
Missile
like it
Barrage.
is.
Corki's
Yeah, and
Missile
then
Barrage.
Ezreal is like, I think Arcane Shot. Or no,
Sure,
Mystic
Arcane
Shot.
sh-
Arcane
Mystic Shot, yeah.
Shift.
Talking
and
of that,
True Shot Barrage.
yeah, Yone's just going to get away. But we are starting to see the first of the artifacts coming out from the Ornn. Shows to go down Ending Despair, which, against don't let me has right now, but it's a solid item to upgrade.
I really like this Ornn build. I really hope he just sits on Bramble, doesn't build it into the Thornmail, then goes like Kanik second. If he does, he'll be my best friend. I'm really particular about Ornn builds. Like, when people go like Sunfire or Hollow Radiance with
Tony
Ornn,
didn't
it's
touch him.
physical pain.
Yone literally didn't touch him there. Like, and that's with a Blade of the Rune King. Oh, Darkabash almost walks into Zenith Blade and the twofold X from Arameria. They are going to spot up Lucifer in the jungle, and unsurprisingly, we are going to see the Malphite out. But Malphite, he doesn't get a chance to use the Malphite out, as Corki will pick up the kill onto the side of Thuski. Now Lucifer's really low, but Corki will pick up another kill, this time onto Arameria, and now Pandalorian's running this Soul Unbound. Fate Sealed even will pick up a kill onto the Jinx, and now what was looking not even dire, it was looking diabolical. The gold now swings, and now Dynamo New Dawn, you're the ones in control. 1.3k lead on this Corki, but the first hurt will still fall to the Ornn. But yeah, the snowball kind of met a mountain there. Thoughts, Jackson?
Oh wait, I don't know if I have time to give my thoughts. As Lucifer
Just dead.
is cooked. I'm unconvinced. Like, yes, you've come back into this game. Like, sure, you're getting kills onto Jinx. This is all well and good, right? You're finding these amazing angles. But it's even gold. And you still get Omega Turbo Burger outscaled. Like, it's ornaments plus Jinx plus Silas with Malphite ulti. I need to see bigger cojones from D&D if they're going to win this game.
Everything's just very safe until it's not. Like, there's nothing, oh, we're going to go for ballsy plays. Like, we're going to set and then, oh crap, someone's jumped on us. On both sides.
Yeah.
As again, nobody takes Shelly. This is 2 out of 3 games. Shelly's just disappeared back into a wee hole. As we are going to see the Baron coming up. I doubt anyone goes for it.
Shelly's
I love
my
Shelly.
girl. Shelly's my girl.
Now we are going to see that. That's a big play. We see the Zenith Blade going onto Robin here, but he managed to get out of the crash down. Comes onto it, but we see the Solar Flare come out and hit Steve, but she's just dead. Malphite will out in, secure the kill, and they will get the mid tower thanks to that.
Malphite jungle is scary, man. It's scary.
2 item Malphite jungle lads.
Yeah. Malphite is...
But
he's hard to deal with.
we're going to see the Between Worlds coming from the right, and they will pop the rail, and now Lucifer is taking a lot of damage. He has no armor. The Super Mega Death will go wide, but it doesn't matter. It's a double kill as the on horn will be sounded. And again, as we've seen a lot of this series, the big ultimates, the big spells go between the goalposts. As Zenith will get jumped on. Doesn't matter to really answer back the Silas. But again, good cheat. It started off a bad play. You kind of pulled something back, but you need to get this tower to really make it worth. As Yone's got one on the top.
Yeah, nice plays. Nice plays. And every time there's one of these nice plays, I feel like it's accelerated because of how well you scale. Also, Lekr Bezig having a phenomenal game. Hasn't died, has played really, really well, won his lane, he's gonna give out these ornaments. Jinx...
First one going on the Jinx.
Yeah. Jinx... she's also building, I think that's LDR. So
Has
she's
to
gonna
be.
have... a little, just a wee smidgen of damage in this next fight.
Now, I don't actually have enough for it, but we are going to see Oscarson kind of dance around the rail and Robbie, and now they know they're there. And as much as they get 90 seconds to dragon, it's 1 dragon's apiece, so there's no threat of a 25-minute elder.
I think you should move as 5 with your Ornn and get Drake control. It's about a minute before. This is the timer. You kind of need control. If you don't have control, face checking to Malphite can be real scary.
And we obviously the Hex Flash over the wall, trying to clear this pink ward. Nice use of the auto cancel there to help just clear that. As Pandalorian will get some nice wave control in the mid lane, but you are into a Corki. That Gatling gun does what it says on the tin.
Yeah, Corki is really strong. This is the timer in the game. Corki is strongest in my opinion. He's like nice in lane, and then 1 to 2 items, really strong champion. Like 1 item, super strong spike, 2 items, man immunity upgrade, which he's gonna get like the next auto basically.
Any minute
yeah,
now.
there we go.
There you go.
So Corki is officially a raid boss, and now because I think their setup was pretty suboptimal.
Oh, Master G goes in soul unbound here onto Oscarson. It's not really something you want.
Tanky.
Yeah, the fact she can just stun from.
I think I might even give this dragon. You have no setup, no control. It's only their 2nd dragon. It's not that important for the game.
Problem is, we are going to see.
But...
Now we're going to see TP for the disaster. This is our first proper 5v5. Like a Bezik's on the backside, trying to just poke out onto Master G.
Oh no!
Gordon gets solar flared, and we are going to see Oscarson go deep in there with his Zenith blade, and Thuske is going to get a rampage. Killing his head now. They are all in the blender. Malphite as you see the ultimate in there. As we see Thuske with the ultimate, and there you go. Doesn't really get that much, but we'll get big up the kill on the Yone. A triple kill, looking for the Quadra, and he will get it. The Owen stole the Penta, and they're now going to go straight towards the big purple worm. They say, we don't care about the dragon. Oh, no, maybe actually no, hold on.
Then they realize they don't have an ADC, and they click back towards the dragon.
They're like, hold up, my GPS is recalibrating. Let's go here instead.
The fight starts with Zenith positioning pretty rough. He had no flash. He steps up. He immediately dies.
He TP'd in.
And then Lucifer thinks, maybe we can salvage this. You can't. Yes, you kill Jinx, but Sylas has a Malphite ultimate. Your carries die in an instant.
This isn't just any Sylas.
Yeah.
This is a 10 and 4
10 and
on
4.
upgraded Shadow Flame.
Relevant, but as it turns out, Malphite ulti is pretty good on Sylas. Yeah.
And not only that, he hasn't backed since the dragon.
Oh.
And here we go.
He has an ornament?
Let's watch this. That's a Rabadons. That's a Rabadons.
I might be Zanya's. You're pretty ahead. Oh, nope. Rabadons. You're right. Yeah, that is a full AP Sylas.
I love it. I fucking love, excuse my French, I love a fed Sylas when it's on my team. It's hard to play into, but as a Sylas, having the Rabadons, having the Shadow Flame, the Lich Bane, yeah, I think we get 1 or 2 more fights at this rate. Because if, again, Thuske can steal a relevant ultimate, like the Yone, the Malphite. I mean, it's still on cooldown. It should be coming up very soon, though, and you can see, like, meanwhile, Bezic in the bot side is going to do massive damage onto Master G, who decides, nah, okay, I'll go back. Thank you very much. I'll take my Soul Unbound and just go home. Trying to drive a team now. They are going to come up and get a flank on Thuske. But Thuske's fine. As we do see the right of the Arcane be pot, and talking to getting popped, Thuske just goes to Between Worlds, comes out, and we see Oscar sitting on the back line. Pandalorian's got 1. Pandalorian is looking at Lucifer. Thuske gets 2. It's a 5v3, 5v2, sorry, left for Chi. And honestly, with the Jinx resets, that's a Baron. And we could be seeing the beginning of the end here of game number 3.
That was unsurprising.
Imagine what happens
he didn't even
in a game. Yeah. Like a 12 and 4 Sylas is nothing to be trifled with. Especially when we've seen the power Thuske has on it.
I mean, I think Pandalorian still, like, the only way they could have lost this game is I think if bot lane loses early. That didn't happen, and from there, Orin played such a solid game. This is like not an easy lane for Orin. He plays it really, really, really well. And then you can get your Aurora back in the game after being put down a little bit from some early pressure, and just really clean.
I mean, we see in the chat, Sai City was like, you know, when you have Sai City as a coach, you knew this was coming. I mean, even I could have predicted a Silas into a Malphite like this, but it's still, you have to execute. Leka Bezic has executed, you know.
Yeah, all the draft advantage in the world doesn't mean anything if you lose in like the first 2 minutes, because like every lane runs it down. That didn't happen.
I mean, talk about running it down.
Yeah, this Zera is in no man's land.
Oh, Malphite goes in, but doesn't get anything as the Zhonya's comes in. And he says, this is how you Malphite out. Lucifer now actually could take a lot of damage as the Soul Unbound goes back to no health from the Yone. He's about to meet his maker with a Yone on his head. We hear the on horn from the sidelines, but it doesn't really matter because all while that is happening, Lucifer, his health bar doesn't exist. Pandalorian picks up his first kill.
The Malphite ulti she tells you not to worry about.
And the games.
Game 3 is coming to a close, firmly in the hands of Good Chi. Really nice draft overall. Such a superbly clean game from them. I think they played this almost as well as they could have. There were little hiccups mid-game, but that's gonna do it.
That's game. We have our first team on match point. The side of Good Cheetahs can finish the series if they win this fourth match. However, if you're the fan of Dynamo New Dawn, you need to hope that after this break, they can fix their drafting issues. At least they don't have to worry about a Silas into Malphite anymore. And sweep the last 2 games, and at least sweep 1 if we want to hear the wee-woos. So come back shortly after this break, and we'll see if we can hear those pipes starting up. See you soon. ladies and gentlemen, and we are back here for game number 4 of the Zenith League Division 2 Grand Final. And Jackson, I think in that last game we learned a lesson that I didn't know, that if you pick a Malphite, Silence goes really well. I don't know who would have known that, but if you're the side of the Dynamo New Dawn, you need to put that in the back mirror and just focus on game 4, right?
Yeah, you can't be thinking about draft. And that is the nice part, is that you literally cannot play Silas or Malphite anymore. So you can just say, draft cap, and move on. Like, why be tilted? We had a bad draft, but we'll bounce back. We're better than these guys.
Now we're seeing the same sides of that last game. This time we do see an Ezreal ban, and we do see the LeBlanc and the Viego ban. Now Viego, last game was saved till 5th ban, so we're letting the Shyvana through, or the Scion through, that we haven't seen so far in this series from these first round of bans. And it is going to be a Diana. Never mind the banning Fizz. Yeah, the banning Fizz. If I'm the side of Gucci, that's exactly who I'm locking in. I'm locking in my Dragon Lady, and they're going to match them with a lover in the jungle. The J4 Orianna combo. I sell for an Octon Orianna, but J4 is a great ball carrier.
I mean, it's really, really scary, and it's a lot of early invade pressure as well.
Yeah, I mean, Shyvana will want to scale. She can be played at the top side. I personally love her in the jungle. She's one of my mains. I think, she's really strong, especially as these games go late. And we're talking about late game scaling. Yunara is a really reliable champion.
Yeah, I mean, Yunara's strong. I like Yunara Lulu personally. Yunara Lulu is an iconic duo. You go beast mode, you just take over the game. It's really, really strong, frankly.
Yeah, no, we love the Yunara Lulu, and especially when you've got Shyvana, who can create so much room for the Yunara to play with the fear. Never mind, we're locking in a Akali.
Akali into the Orianna J4. I think that's a really, really strong pick. It's just, if it gets behind, it's obviously really bad, but Akali is good into Orianna. It's really good in skirmishes. It's a ton of threat, and it can also escape Jarvan ultis.
This is Akali, Aramira saying, you know what? I see you, and I'm just going to hand stiff you. Which Akali is one of the perfect champs to do that with the Shroud, with the Shurikens, and they're going to get a Kai'Sa. So no support has been locked in, so we're going to expect a lot of support-orientated bans in this second phase. First of which, we are going to see, let's just wait to see what Dynamo New Dawn decide to ban, and it is the Lulu for the Yunara pair.
I mean, I think the Lulu ban makes a ton of sense. I think Yunara Lulu is that iconic, hyper carry, accelerator. Yunara is a completely different champion when you put her with an enchanter, so I might even expect something like, maybe even a Janna ban. It wouldn't make a ton of sense with Emilio also makes sense. And then
I like the Emilio
Nautilus. I think
I don't mind the Poppy because you've got a lot of dashes already.
Well, maybe you could go Rakan on the side of DND. Maybe you really do want to engage with Kai'Sa. Maybe Bard, maybe Pike, maybe even blind topside here, and you just go something standard like the Ambessa top blind, or
we're gonna get the Tom
Tench flex.
I like this.
I guess.
I mean, you can play it support, but I think you just play it on top side because that grey health is so disgusting.
Yeah, it's really effective. Really,
and yet
really
you're right with
effective.
Rakan.
Yeah,
Rakan
I think Rakan's quite good on both sides. It's like kind of a mini enchanter engage hybrid.
Excuse me. And then
like
we're
Rakan.
also, and that's going to be the Octin, and then the last pick.
I mean,
what do we
want
need?
Ambessa. I think Ambessa's really, really strong.
I like a Scion.
It's dive. Yeah, Scion would be good too. But
you have a lot of damage to deal with Scion, so it's not like the craziest thing in the world. But it is consistent frontline, and it's like if you want
this is a strong frontliner, there's literally no one that comes close to Scion. Yep, there we go.
Call me the draft god. Predicting that stance.
Gwen's up.
But no, we're gonna
match it. Ooh,
we're gonna go into the set.
It's not locked in. Mundo.
Yeah. Now, Savannah does do max health damage, so it's not as if they don't have an answer. And Yunara does do a lot of damage come late game. They're not going to have an early answer for this Mundo. So it's the age-old question. Who scales harder? Shyvana, Akali, Yunara, Sion? Or Charin, Ori, Kai'Sa, Mundo with a Tom?
I think it's just gonna come down to execution.
Yeah.
I do think that the Akali does get outscaled. I think Mundo outscales Sion because he's like all HP damage, like current HP damage, and Kai'Sa's just like I think Kai'Sa scales a little harder than Yunara because of her range, right? Because AP Kai'Sa basically becomes like kind of this like ballistic missile mid to late game. It's really, really hard to shut down. So I do personally favor D&D side in terms of scaling, like even if the Shyvana is going to be strong. But I mean, good Cheetahs still has like a fantastic comp. Like
I think
the dive threat is crazy.
I have to go what I've seen in the last couple of games, more for the mental aspect. You know, you won game one at our tightness. It was rather tight.
Yeah.
Game two was very one-sided. You came back in game three only for it to come crashing down. The momentum is with good Cheetahs. If they win this, obviously they're just going to win at a canter. But I don't think it is as easy as that.
I mean, we'll see. It'll all come down to execution, as it always does. I think Ori wins early, but post 6, Akali wins. Top lane is kind of a wash, in my opinion. It's just two tanky boys. Sion probably wins early, but then at one item, Mundo's stronger. And then bot lane, Rakan's kind of weak in lane, but so is Tom Kench, so it's kind of like, It's fine. I don't love Kai'Sa Tom Kench as a duo. It just is what it is. It's like you need some sort of engage, and Tom Kench is also like peel for your Ori, so I understand why you go it.
We see James LeBron's calling for the push. Oh wait, wrong team. Never mind. I don't know if we'll hear push because Sion's going to have so much control. I don't know. I like both sides. I love a Mundo. I'm a Mundo player. I'm a Shyvana player.
You like bulky things that are impossible to kill.
I'm a tank jungler. I play Sejuani. I play Shyvana. Play Mundo. Like, these are champions that I love to play and love to see. But my eyes are just being brought back to the Shyvana. She is in the current state. She's not somebody to be trifled with. And I think that's something Dino and Nudon need to be careful of. If the Shyvana starts picking up free kills, she starts getting onto the back line, she gets time to get those the scales stacked, then she literally is the scaling champion with the scale.
Yeah, hyper scaling menace that you just can't deal with.
Yeah. And again, we talked about a Jinx feeling good when she was ahead and she kind of fell away. If a Shyvana gets ahead, she's so hard to pin back, because the sooner she gets that level 11, level 16, with those ultimate hastes being up on the Fury, she's even more potent. I would like to see going into this Dusk and Dawn so you can get that passive, because without the passive, she is beatable, even when she's ahead. But the Dragon form Shyvana there's a reason it's on a cooldown that it is.
Yeah, Shyvana can't take over games. Like we've seen, if she's not put behind early, she will just fly in and no one can kill her. But you do have consistent damage, right? And it's mixed too. So you do have the Kai'Sa, you do have the Ori. Like there are carries that can deal damage. Pretty much everyone this game, except for the Rakan, has a ton of damage. This is not these are not low damage comps, right?
This is going to be more like, this is going to be an utter bloodbath. Like, we are going to get fight after fight after fight after fight. And that's what we want to see. We want to see two teams with the tournament on the line. You've played all the regular season. You've played all of playoffs. For Dynamo New Dawn, there's no
need
more
to
second chances. You need to win.
No excuses. You have, I think, a really strong team comp with a lot of agency on each of your carries. I think Jarvan needs to step up early game, get this Kai'Sa ahead.
Yes.
I think you need to have really clean engages because good Cheetah's comp is horrifying. Shyvana, Scion scaling, Akali can make a ton of space. Like
If Akali if Akali can get on the back line, I don't know what you can do.
I don't think you can do anything. I think it's over. I think you need to have like or like assuming Tom Kench can't save your life, right? Like Akali's in the back line. You got to watch for the Tom Kench peel. It's all down to execution.
Yeah, but it's almost time for the talking to stop, the actions to happen in game number 4. We are in game, ready to see who will become the Division 2 champion. Will it be Good Cheetahs, or will the side of Dynamo New Dawn push us to the infamous Silver Scrapes? I know what I want.
I'm biased because everyone wants to see Silver Scrapes, but it's going to be, I think, exciting no matter what happens. And
we see that Aramir taking a lot of damage level 1. Mundo's there, ready with a cleaver. And Akali has to burn flash, and Lucifer's here. He does have the Q, and just going to batter. There's the flag, and it's first blood onto the Kai'Sa. That is not what you want to see. For the Good Cheetahs, you're feeding someone who doesn't really want to be fed. You don't want to feed.
Yeah, Kai'Sa early kill is not fun. Akali has no flash burn. She's forced to burn TP, and this is a hard lane early, as both top laners are just kind of whacking each other. They're just whacking each other. They're doing top laner things.
Yeah, top laners are. I mean, this is a wet noodle fight if I ever saw a wet noodle fight.
The early game, I don't think it's going to be anything super crazy. Just whacking each other. Bot side, I don't think. I mean, it's not super volatile either because Rakan isn't really scary until 6, and Tom Kench isn't really scary ever. In my opinion, he's not a very scary support, unless he gets like really accelerated with Heartsteel. It's just whether or not Akali can survive the Ori lane being down flash and TP.
It's not great, but it's still early days, you know. It just takes one gank from the side of the Shyvana if she times it right, and it's a very different situation.
Yeah, Shyvana's also not very scary until 6, whereas, Jarvan obviously has a lot more early agency. We will see, though.
But here we see Leica Basic doing a decent amount of damage onto Master G. But Master G on this Mundo is just going to heal up. Meanwhile, Aramir looking in under the Shroud. Will go in for at least an electrocute onto this Gornim's Orianna. Will take a bit of trade back in return, but that'll help stabilize the lane a wee bit.
Yeah, this Akali also has a ton of sustain too, so if they're even HP, it actually favors the Akali by a fair margin, because if you hit her a bunch, she's just gonna heal the full. She's got Doran's shield. I assume she has second wind. She's going to be hard to deal with.
And we see Thuske looking up here. Again, on level 4, so doesn't quite have any real ultimate tools, but we are going to see a Twin Bite coming in onto Mundo. But again, there's no CC there early to even pop the passive.
Yeah, Mundo's kind of unkillable, and Shyvana is not scary early, like at all. Like, she might as well be a minion without her ulti.
Now, Jarvan Force walking back into the top lane. Thuske still hasn't got out of there. The cleavers just keep seeming to find him. And again, that's another back cancelled. Jarvan is walking right here. Scion can't really come and help because he's low health. I think if you're Thuske, you need to just either full send on the Mundo. If they're looking to do, Master G will go down to the Shyvana. Thuske will eventually flash, but will Basic will trade his flash just to try and do some damage and get the Shyvana out. But Lucifer will eventually kill the Scion. It doesn't feel as bad on the Scion because you still get to clear the wave. Killing the junglers though. You would like to think the Shyvana would still feel the better of the trade.
Really exciting stuff happening the top side of the map. Mundo is not... I mean, he's not happy to die there and be down CS, but he is also Mundo. He's kind of inevitable. Just give him time to scale.
Mundo
And
does
that's-
what he pleases.
It really is like hyper carry versus hyper carry versus hyper carry. I feel like anybody on the side of DND or Good Cheetahs can turn out to be unkillable, right?
Yeah,
Like
the passive
Sion
will
can
get
be
popped.
unkillable,
Mundo does get it back.
Shyvana,
Yeah,
Akali
Mundo-
does a ton of damage.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Mundo did get the passive back from the Sion queue, but there's still a lot to be desired. You know, that Decimating Smash is nice. You get the passive, but it's straight back on him. And yeah, look at this. The briefcases are flying out. Meanwhile, bot side, Pandalorian low on mana. He is down a couple of CS, and that kill onto the Kaiser early is what's putting him behind as the TP's coming out in the mid lane from the Orianna. But nothing is really happening right now.
I think it's going to be pretty relaxed for a little bit. Like at level 6 is when all these champions come online. Like,
And we go into ARAM.
yeah, we go into ARAM. Akali would really like to get some skirmishes with Jarvan, you know, maybe around this first dragon.
Now, Master G is taking a lot of damage, and we are going to see the first tower hit, at least for Lekabezek, as the minions will not quite get the plate, thanks to Mundo. The bone saw does go wide, or the briefcase. I mean, that's the only Mundo skin you can use, though, am I right?
Yeah, it's by far the best Mundo skin. Arguably one of the best skins in League. I'd say top 3 best skin in League. Akali is scary. I think she survived the really hard part of her lane. She's an even CS. Yeah, she donated to kill the Kaisa, but that's not my lane. That's not my problem.
But that's exactly it. You know, she's even pretty much with this Orianna. I mean, there's 100 gold difference, but that's negligible even at this stage. As we see Tom Kench going in on the Abyssal Dive, trying to get any licks in there that he can, but he doesn't quite get it. As we are going to see the cultivation, the Arc of Judgment do a wee bit of damage onto Robinator. As now we see the Shyvana, she finally has the Dragon's Descent there, decides not to pop it, which is honestly, that is some self-restraint there.
Yeah, really, really good discipline there. As it looks like... Yeah, Dragon Fight
The
is
voice-
definitely brewing.
Yeah, the Void Seeker will hit the Shyvana, but they all decide just to kind of back away. Shyvana going to a red buff. She still has all her ultimates, so it's not as if she's burnt that and had to retreat. I think both sides are just scared to pull the trigger.
And either side really wants to be the one to, like, cook yourself, to put it politely.
Oh my
Really
god!
low.
That was a
really
full-
huge Scion Q.
Full strength sinking. Here we go. Thuski going in with the dragon. Fantasy Dragons at double field. Lucifer just gets popped. And it's a grand entrance from Oscarson that will claim it. And yeah. Shyvana does Shyvana things.
Thank you for the leash. Your mid laner wasn't in the area. It was not your dragon to start, and it's gonna be a really unfortunate Drake loss, as that feels really bad. The Shyvana getting an early dragon and an early kill.
Yeah.
Bad. Not ideal. Bad. Not ideal. Bad. You know?
And now we see this Scion. The Unstoppable Onslaught will land, and the Decimating Charge will last. And again, this Mundo should be getting sent back to Wall Street to try again after going bankrupt. But no, he gets out somehow. I have no idea how he got out, if I'm being perfectly honest. But in the end, he gets out. He gets back to his tower.
Yeah, good for him.
I believe he popped the ultimate. Looking at my system.
Yeah, he probably popped the ulti, and when you pop the ulti, you're basically unkillable for a little bit of time. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean that hot zapper. Yeah, that hot zapper came in handy. But we are seeing the Kali now TPing back to mid-wave. And interesting that she took TP rather than a more aggressive summon spell like Ignite. I mean, it's not harmed her yet, and she's going to go in. We are going to see the 5-point strike land as she goes back in on the Shuriken flip, but... Goran
No
MO
ulti,
might.
though.
And the Dragon's Descent comes in, and Goranim is just dead. He is going to pick up the Akali on the backside. Oh, that never mind, Army is still there. Never mind, she was just hiding, even from me. And yeah, that is now 2 grubs over to the side of Gucci after DND took the first one. Thank you, Roswild Esports, rating us. Hopefully your stream, I don't know if you were showing a game or if you were just playing, but thank you guys for joining us. You join us here in game number 4 between Cheetahs the Cheetahs versus Dynamo New Dawn. Dynamo New Dawn had a convincing win in game 1, although it was a 45-minute banger. The rest of the games have been so much Chi favoured. So much so we had a Silas into a Mal fight last game. So
Yeah,
thank you very much for joining us.
As it turns out, not very close at all. And now
this game is kind of going in the same vein as Master G will survive thanks to
Master G
Sion.
must have been 1 HP. Like actually 1 HP. He was so low.
Yeah, that's really, really good for the Sion, who's just been able to. I mean, he's got a massive CS lead, 25 CS lead up in this top lane, 418 stacks on the Soul Furnace. He's enjoyed himself. Like, Sion lanes aren't the most interactive, but when you can just farm up into Mundo, when you're
great, right?
oh, you're gonna love it now.
Really good.
Now, Thuski doesn't quite have the ultimate as they're setting up, but it isn't a million miles away, and it's probably going to go here as they get a lot of damage onto Darker Basher. We are going to see the Shrieking Flip onto Robin here, and Aramir can't quite land the last 5-point strike, but Thuski doesn't quite have the ult either yet. But bot side control is, yeah, it's just a bit Chi favoured.
This game is a 1k gold lead, but it feels so much worse. Sion is just beating Mundo's head in. This Orianna, even though she outscales, is like really behind in gold. It feels like Akali's just impacting the entire map. And even though Kai'Sa barely gets out with her life, it feels demoralizing.
It's only a 1k gold lead because DND are playing this very reserved. They're saying we don't want to even risk dying and giving it. Now, we do see Master G having a XP lead. Only a wee bit though, but it's still important as we do see again Goranim. While this Aramir has been ganking and roaming, he stayed in lane, he's farmed up, he does have a slight advantage on XP, but the gold lead is still in favour of this Akali, who also has the Hextech Gunblade now. And that is such a spike for this Akali.
You can't see my face, I'm grimacing! I'm grimacing. I'm not
Question.
I'm not convinced.
If you're the side of Dynamo New Dawn, how the hell do you get back into this game? We saw it last game. They almost came back in by shutting down the Jinx. I don't know who you can shut down right now. Because this Yunara hasn't even...
Get your Kai'Sa ahead or Mundo survives, maybe?
I mean, Yunara's been just sat through it and fed up her cull. She's got 5 stacks left on it as we see the Dragon's Descent going down on Goranim, and Goranim is being sent back to Sin's workshop. That's another dragon for the side of Good Cheetahs, and honestly, at this point, you've got to be feeling for the side of Dynamo New Dawn, because it's just saying no matter what you do, you want to scale, but I don't know if scaling's the right decision when you've got a Shyvana, Akali, Yunara, and a Sion on the other side.
I mean, I feel like you got it.
Oh, and the back gets stopped from Mundo. It's a really slow smite, but it doesn't really matter. But Mundo got stopped there, and he just...
If your draft game plan was this, and you can't put Shyvana behind early, I feel like you should have just banned it. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, as now they're looking on Pandalorian.
Oh, the quickness is huge from the Rakan, but Robin will still manage to get onto the back line, but Yunara will transcend oneself. Now, Jayfa will come in with the Cataclysm, doesn't quite get onto Yunara, and she, oh my living Jesus, she is doing so much damage onto this trio. They have to send for reinforcements once the Akali, once the Kai'Sa dies, and the Yunara will still live.
So I've said huh a few times, but I've never hunned as hard as that. That was... I mean, I see the angle you're going for. I get Jarvan's there. But Yunara just dashes out of the ulti, and it's a 1-for-1. Not favoring you.
Now, we are going to see the Abyssal Dive come in, trying to catch up the Shyvana. I mean, she was spotted on Visions. The Vision's still there. But she's emoting on them. She is feeling herself on the Mother of Dragons. And rightfully so. A nice 500 gold lead. Has that Dusk and Dawn. I would like to hope she's building... Well, she's got the boots, the Omnivamp boots. And yes, it looks like we're getting another AP heavy item. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head what the item is. It's one that gives you Omnivamp after being in combat.
Riftmaker.
Riftmaker, there you go. I should know being a
scary.
And yeah,
one item
this is going to jump right onto Robin. She's done Dragon Ascent right in a second. Right onto their heads as they try and escape. Here we go. Doesn't quite land on Robin. I would like to have seen it sooner, but it doesn't really, well, it doesn't matter because we do see the thick skin almost save the life of
oh no,
the support, but it doesn't really matter.
That's tragic. You
The
got
flame breath
for him. It was so close, but you just fall short at the end.
Hold
of
on,
the day.
Mundo can Mundo.
I don't think Mundo can Mundo. I don't think Mundo's gonna be enough. This game
Oh
is so
no,
hard.
Lucifer. You might get Pandalorian here. Never mind. Never mind. Pandalorian gets you.
So it's a 4K gold lead. You have two infinitely
Coming
scaling
up 5K.
champions. Sorry, 5K, 4.5.
Yeah,
4.5K gold lead.
Sion has
infinitely
600
scaling
stacks.
2 dragons.
And 2 grubs to
And
top
your
it off.
carries are all very behind.
Question.
How do you win?
Do we
I
see
think-
somebody take Shelly this game?
You need to like full send it onto Yunara, but even still, your carries are so mobile. Yunara and Akali are so hard to lock down. And I just don't think Jarvan's that good of an answer, right? You can't lock down Shyvana, you can't lock down Akali, you can't lock down Yunara. You can lock down Sion.
Yay! We locked down the meatball. But right now, packs are coming through. We're seeing in the chat, Aramaria more like the GOAT, let's go. Aramaria more like Marimaria, let's go. I mean, they've had a fantastic series, right? We can... Yeah, game 1 was
All
rough
of
into
their
the
wins
Syndra.
have been dominant. Every single one. Like, draft gapping, they know their win cons. It's just not even close.
When they've had to show up, they did. And since that game 1, Gornham's really not had a chance to play the game. You know, that Syndra was something special from Gornham.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a really good Syndra angle, too. I think he played well. But even still, they were dominant game 1 as...
no. Shuriken Flip does miss, but it doesn't really matter. She is going to use the perfect execution to try and get onto Orianna, but doesn't quite get the second proc of it. Meanwhile,
Just a
Lekabezi
flash trade.
will eat another briefcase.
I mean,
The briefcase are starting to get a bit heavy.
They were also ahead game 1. They threw game 1. Every single game has been in their control. They have control of their destiny, and they are deciding they want to win. They're up 5K in what looks like an almost unlosable position.
I mean, they were the top seed coming into these playoffs until they were unceremoniously beat by, I think it was, let me remind myself of the name. It was, I'm trying to find it. It was C2. You know, they got unceremoniously booted down to losers bracket. But since then, they've been on a storm, and talking on a storm, Dark Habasha is doing what he can, but Thuske on this Mother of Dragons is 3-0. We see Patty in a chat saying, looks like they don't even need me. Your boys and girls have shown up in this series. Game 1 was a bit rough with some throws, but this game 2, 3, and now 4, it's just been a utter chin wagging by the Cheetahs as Lucifer will take a lot of damage from Yunara, who transcends oneself again. Mundo almost picks up a kill on this top lane. And yeah, we do see the shockwave come back, but I don't know if there's a real way back here for Dynamo Nudon as the objective bounties 5k down will come out.
you're just gonna farm and pray for a Baron throw. That's kind of it. Buy anti-heal, except you're gonna lose soul. Maybe Mundo can get some turrets, right? As
Oh, he eats a tower shot like a
he
Bezig.
hits.
We'll just take that.
He hits him with the cleaver, and then he just takes 2 tower shots and dies.
See, as much as I love Heartsteel, I don't know why you just don't go Warmog's first item on Mundo. Like,
Yeah, I mean, if you had war, yeah, it's just. I mean, yeah, you accelerate your Heartsteel stacking a little bit. Maybe he thinks he needs to have to carry, right?
so also for 3 out of all 4 games, Shelly has gone back home. We've only seen one Rift Herald even be considered as a Battle Herald, which I am so sad at. We are going to see, though, a massive fight here round the Baron Pit. As Jarvan's caught out, but they don't really spot it. We do see the Shrieking Flip come out from the Akali. Lucifer manages to reconnect with Robbie and Air as we do see the Abyssal Dive come through, but doesn't get much. But what does get much? Oh my bloody God. This is a war crime, ladies and gentlemen. That Dragon's Ascent was disgusting. As Dark Abasa will go down to the Unara, we're going to see the Rakan pick up a kill on Robin here, and Master Z is hoping his tower can return the favour, and Mundo is only going one place. And that is straight to the taxman's office. As he does pop the ult, but even still, the Dragon so much time. He's dancing away to money, money, money. As the grand entrance goes wide, Arameria will finally pick up the ace. Took long enough, but this is
9k gold lead plus Baron. Every lane is losing. Good Cheetahs said, I don't want silver scrapes. I want it in 4.
This Shyvana is, you know, the Kali's having a great game, the Unara's having a great game, but the impact that we're seeing from Thuske on this Shyvana is massive. As Arameria looks for another Shrieking Flip onto Lucifer, they're not going to get a chance for a steal on this Baron. Now, they're hoping to do anything. They need to just swing for the fences, but the case is not here. Your main form of damage with the Kraken and the Raised Blade is not here. Your Oriana's not going to secure it with just a Ludens at this point. We are going to see, though, Arameria will get caught in the blender. The Void Seeker will land, the Abyssal Dive will chase it down, but this is Akali with a Hextech Rocket Belt. The Flag and Drag will try and get her close, but the Shrieking Flip does get her away. Now the reinforcements are here. A fully charged up Thuski is there. Arameria is still running for their lives. The Shrieking Flip will be back up, and there you go. The Smite will come down, but here's Bezic. And Akali's going back in. She's saying, you know what, you can charge me. She is going to go down, though, eventually to the Mundo. Mundo does Mundo things, but now the whole army's here, and another Dragon's Ascent will send them all back to the fountain. They will pick up the Scion, but Scion will just go into zombie form and run at them, and Goran will just get
Nara end mid?
I think she can. It's a double kill for the Rakan, and they don't spot the Tarm. Mundo is there. I don't think they'll have enough, even with this Baron, but they are going to rip open this bot side, and Mundo's walking right into Unara. Tarm is there, so they have to be careful, but Unara's ripped open that middle tier 3, and the tier 2 will fall, and now Master G is just going to rip open, and we have a pause. It looks like the DC of the Discord for the support, or at least the Discord crash, but Jackson, this has been a shellacking, to put it lightly, for the Cheetahs. They have been in complete and utter control. A 9.4k gold diff, Baron raining down. I just don't know what more you can do if you're the side of Dynamo Neuron. You've put up a hell of a fight, a hell of a season, but surely this is where the run ends. Oh no. It looks like it's just me. It looks like there's been some issues. But yeah, this is so one-sided. It's actually almost painful to watch for the side of Dynamo Neuron, as we do finally get the end of the Riot mandated double pause. And yes, this Rakan going full heal and full kind of I am going to be the martyr has 5 kills. The Unara only has 3. And yeah, this is This is a clinic from the side of Dynamo New Dawn, and they should be what do you call it, of Good Cheaters. They have basically, it is a clinic from DND of how not to play our finals. They've had a great game 1, but games 2, 3, and 4 have just been so Cheaters favoured. But now, you probably think you've got one fight in you as the Dynamo New Dawn, and you're about to probably walk into the ultimate death push. Now, Shyvana is not here, but Dark Basha is going to take a lot of damage. Shyvana has finally joined the fight. Master G is on the front line. The Void Seeker will come in, but Arame is already on the back side of the team. Got him, it's just, he doesn't have a health bar. He just gets popped as the Dragon Descent comes in, and the health bars disappear. Shyvana gets one. Yunara will get the third. Shyvana gets her second. Master G, the only one left. It's an ace, a double kill for both Shyvana and for also on to this Yunara. The game is gone. We will have a Good Cheaters victory here in game number 4. No silver scrapes are required. It is just done. Finito. The game is a bogey. Congratulations to Cheaters. They are just going to walk this in with the minion wave. They don't need Baron minions anymore. They don't need anything. They have just been in utter and complete control. They are coming back up, but it doesn't matter. Good Cheaters are your Division 2 Zenith League champions. What a game. Now, I don't know if my colleague is back. I can see his camera moving on our end, but it is just a big congratulations to the side of Good Chi and the Cheaters. They made it hard work for it in game 1. But as we're seeing the Four Blossom chats. He might not have been able to play, but he was definitely here in spirit for the team. But yeah, hopefully we will get an interview up here very, very shortly. But big congratulations. Big congratulations. We are going to go on a short break while we get the interview lined up, so we'll see you shortly. Oh, 2 seconds, was waiting on.
Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Zenith League has reached its finale. Big congratulations to Good Cheetahs, who have managed to claim victory in a 3-1 win over Dynamo New Dawn and Jackson. It was a hell of a match. Game 1 was a 45-minute banger, but after that, the Cheetahs turned up.
Yeah, it was really, really exciting to watch. Congratulations to our victors. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I am gutted we didn't get Silver Scrapes. However, the performance we saw from the Good Cheetahs, they didn't deserve to have to go to Silver Scrapes. All across the map, especially in that last game, they dominated. Game 1, the Syndra kind of got scary, but we do have Oscarson and Arameria joining us after their victory. Let's just get them into the chat.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello and welcome. Congratulations first and foremost.
Thank you.
Talk to me after game 1. What was the feeling?
Game 1. What happened? Oh yeah, that was the loss.
The
right?
Baron throw. The Baron throw.
I think, to be honest, we came into the series quite nervous, for myself at least. I feel like we were sending it way too much, and we didn't really play our game, even though we had some good objectives. So I feel like that's where we threw it a bit. And then after game 2, I think we had a good talk. It was still scrappy, but I feel like we all were a lot calmer. And we managed to bring it home.
Well, that's just it. And I was about to say, how about you, Oscarson? How was it down there on the bot side?
I mean, I'm not a support player at all. I am a AD carry main, and I'm actually like as assistant coach for the team. So they just put me in last second. I mean, like I just realized after game 1, man, I'm not playing the enchanters, broski. That's the way too boring. So it's just better to play melee supports IMO. So it's just pick those and win, I guess.
Talk to me about the idea of not picking up the Seraphim or the Ashe.
I mean, we
that-
wanted to. They picked it away from us in that game.
I mean, you guys did. You did have a chance to lock it on 2-3, but it's one of these things. You just got to kind of you adapted. You almost made it work.
Yeah, I mean, tactics doesn't really matter anymore, right? Season's over. I feel like
Well,
what I
that's it.
saw from their draft, they took the Seraphine away from us. For us, it was kind of like we can go Seraphine or Karma. They're both good lanes, and Xinjiao needs an enchanter. So we were like, if they really want to take Seraphine, then it's I feel like a worse lane for them. But we just get Karma, and we will try to just play through picking them with my ult on Ahri or with Xinjiao, Ashe ult.
Yeah. I feel like the way we went wrong that game was maybe a little bit of build wise. AP is always nerfed, guys. I mean, it was just a wonky game, and me, like, I haven't played support since, I don't know, like 2 years ago. So it's like, and then going into playing Enchanter, it's just like, I don't know, face shaking bushes, and when you're bored, you just kind of go around and, like, I don't know, try to set up vision for shit, and you get caught 24/7. Then suddenly you have a 13-1 Syndra enemy team. That's kind of.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah,
But obviously,
Syndra was a good Syndra player.
It was a good Syndra.
but after that, you guys just kind of turned it on. Game 2, it wasn't even close. Game 3, I mean, you guys must have been rubbing your hands when you saw the Malphite get picked, right?
Yeah, I don't know. We knew it's kind of like a flex, but we have a rule in Gucci. Like in Gucci, the law is like if you see Shyvana or Malphite, you go Silas. Some people figured it out, but we always do it. And fortunately, it worked out after a bit of a rough early game, but it was good.
Yeah. And then game 4, it just kind of talk me through what were the vibes in that VC in game 4.
Oh, game 4. Ooh, yeah. I mean, game 4, everyone was kind of winning. After we saw what it was, for me, it was mostly game 2. I think that made the difference. Like seeing how Lekker Bezig was dominating in the top lane. And then the 3 games after, even if we gave him bad matchups, and if like Teuske and me didn't int, let's be real honest, by sending it, then we would just be chilling in this game. And like we kept calm, but we felt like, yeah, we're gonna win this if we just keep ourselves in touch here.
Yeah. I felt like after game 2 we actually found like what we should play into them, and we opted more into scaling team fighting comps than rather playing some like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to call it, like a game 1 comp. It's like a 3v3 skirmish, play early game. And that was really like the difference, because I felt like if we play a scaling comp, then if we just keep our minds in check, then we can absolutely like just take over the game after that.
Yeah, it was in that game 2, mostly when we started playing around top side, like Lekker Bezig was winning in isolation, but we still were trying to gank it, and then we just said like, no, well, let's stop making plays, let's just calm down, get our CS, and whenever we team fight, we try to out team fight them. And that's what we've been relying on mostly in the series, especially in like group stage, was a lot of 2-1s, because we like to send it.
There's always limit testing. Testing.
Hell yeah.
Any questions, Jackson? I'll let you take a couple.
Just how are you feeling? I mean, you made it to the top and you came out victorious. How does it feel?
You go first, Oscar.
I mean, I don't feel like this is not my title. This is the guy's title, like all the way. It went like through and through. I felt like as a coach, like when we was sitting down watching their games all the time, it felt like there was like a shift when they came to playoffs, and then we kind of had a game of 5, best of 5, where we lost in game 3. Like after that game, you guys just had like a, I don't know, stick up your bum. You actually tried to play a little bit harder, you know, and you started to take it seriously, and that's why you went 3-0 the next time. And then this game, you guys played absolutely fantastic. So I can't really say more than that. It's like, I'm just super proud, and you deserve this like win hard after how much you've scrimmed and like how much you played the game, and the issues you ever have to deal with is crazy.
Yeah, I will say, looking at the chat, you've got a lot of fans in there.
Yeah, this is also why
Yeah.
I wanted him to go first, because I think he absolutely, like, he mega deserves this title as much as the rest of us do. Like, and there's a lot of other people too. Like, I'll just quickly go top to bottom because we have a couple people missing, but our roster, like, when we started out, we had about 7 people just vibing together. Like, we were not really coaching each other or like whatever, just playing together. And then we were able to scrim this much because all these people were helping us out. To give some names, like Katarina subbed in for us. We had Jumpy helping me on the mid lane. Sovonix was perma reviewing with me on the mid lane to make me a better mid laner, which was insane. Like, Shai was always there. He was chilling, mostly sleeping, but he was also chilling a lot. Oscar was helping out a lot. Bodrix, who is a master ADC player, came in to help us out and make Panda a lot like a better player. And just the players themselves, like how versatile Mike and Blossom are. Like, Blossom was learning a new lane, and he was really struggling, like really struggling. And I'm really happy he got through it. I'm sad he couldn't play the finals because he was like, he wanted to play it as much as we did.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
and Sushi, like, Sushi helped me personally a lot, keeping myself sane. Was there for the support. Stole Dragon with Lulu, which is insane. Like, and she's been a massive helper in terms of vibes and just being there for us. It's a shame she's not here tonight because she's dealing with some things. So yeah, best of luck to them. Like, yeah.
No, it sounds like you've got a great community over there at Gucci.
Yeah,
I mean, I had the pleasure of casting obviously your semi-final game or your lower final game just there, and Blossom was really impactful there as well.
Yeah.
I think one of my last questions is what's next for Gucci. Obviously, you've won this. Both of your teams have won this tournament. What's on the cards next? Have we got any other tournaments lined up? I know there's a certain tournament that I know you guys have been a key part of previously coming up. What's the kind of what's the next steps?
Personally, I don't know yet. We have to see with the whole team where we will go. I think normally what we do with the Gucci teams that Tusk or me manage is we wait until after the season and then talk what we want to do. But I mean, we're all really good friends, and even if we're not on the same teams, we'll still be hanging out with each other. So I think wherever we go, it will be somewhere together, and we'll grow through that way. Gucci Gaming, that's it.
Now that sounds like a hell of a message. You got any final words, Oscar?
Much more. I'm just super proud of the lads to actually pull this through, and it's been a crazy ass season. And I don't know. I'm just so happy that I could actually like give him a title and come in to do okay in the finals. So I'm super proud and happy to be a part of this.
Giving Sovonix a title as well is like massive for us.
Yeah, giving Gucci a title this match. Actually, it's crazy.
Massive, bro.
Massive.
Well, guys, congratulations again. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for a hell of a performance.
Yeah,
a very entertaining performance. And I personally look forward to being able to cast you many times in the future. So all the best, and I'm sure Jackson's the same.
Absolutely. You were a joy to cast, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you so much for casting
Thank
our
you so
games
much.
and for taking care of the tournament. Last words, Tusk and Shy, you're both piggies, and
That's true.
good cheetahs
Let's
out.
go. Oh, that is a way. That is a way. If you're ever going to leave an interview, that is how you do it. But Jackson, that's it. All wrapped up.
That's it.
Hell of a
Done.
season for Zenith League. Obviously, 2 divisions. I think season started with 19 teams. We go down to the final 2 teams, and both of them being the Good Chi teams. Massive, massive congratulations to them. I don't know if Omi wants to come on and say any final words, but if not, I'm sure I'll get some words in the ear.
I just want to say thank you so much for everyone watching the league, everyone that participated, and obviously congratulations to both Good Chi and Good Cheetahs for the win.
But yeah, wherever you end up watching League next, wherever you end up going, have a wonderful, wonderful time. Enjoy. Thank you to Jackson for joining me.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for welcoming me. Excuse me.
The hell of a community here at the Zenith League. Hell of a community Good Cheetahs have and Good Chi. We all wish you take care, stay safe, and we'll see you on the next stream. See you soon.